council meeting. I'll open the karakia, tue kurunga, tue kararo, tue koroto, tue ka waho, tue tātou te tangata ki te kaupapa o te hui nei, ki te kaupapa o te rangi nei, Māori ora ki a tātou katoa. Welcome. We have a number of people on Zoom, Councillors Woods, Greening and Butler, and possibly Community Board Chair Hutt yet to join, but may well be online as well. Other than that, I think everybody is here in the room, so we don't have any apologies. I'll move to the public forum. We have one person registered to speak in public forum, and that is Bruce Struthers. Bruce, welcome. Speaking in relation to Plan Change 79. So, welcome, Bruce. I think you know the proverbial drill. So 5 minutes, and the little dinger will go somewhere close to that. And I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Has everyone received my speaker's notes? Okay, then I'll go off script. Plan Change 79 pretty much is a lolly scramble for a few select developers. We don't need this infrastructure, they need this infrastructure so they can build homes. It's a plan change which basically the ratepayer is being asked to pay for. Minister Chris Bishop said stop the plan changes. You were able to convince him to proceed with Plan Change 81. He did not say go ahead with Plan 79. If you look at who is asking for these gifts of infrastructure or zoning for infrastructure, so the infrastructure can proceed, so the developers can develop and recoup their investments in real estate. You could go to a Nelson Tasman Regional Development Agency event and you'd see all of their names. One of them, I won't read from the prophet Jeremiah, I'll point you to the prophet of Berryfields, Dale Verco, who warned you in 2024 that you were building an unsustainable burden on both him as a developer and by transition any ratepayer or anyone who would want to buy a home, because he's not going to hold on to the infrastructure costs very long. He's going to pass them on to the homeowner. And the big question, and you've been warned not too far in the past, that is going to be an unsustainable burden on the district. You've also been warned by Standard & Poor that if you increase your debt anymore, you're going to have an effect on the credit rating, and the burden is going to be even more unsustainable. In my speaking notes, I made an analogy to racing a sail GPT boat. When the wind stops, the boats stop, and if they happen to crash into each other, it's a pretty expensive crash. So I'll just cut to the chase and say sailboat racing is a rich man's sport. Tasman District's ratepayers cannot afford to be involved in that sport. Spend cautiously. Please do not approve Plan Change 79, and I'll foreshadow, please do not approve a Plan Change 81 when it's put before you. Any questions?
No. Thank you very much for both your written, pre-circulated written information and also coming along and speaking this morning. So
certainly. And the link in the document is to Graham Verco's speech, so you may want to refresh your memory there.
Okay, thank you. Cheers, Bruce. Thank you very much for coming in. Right, we will move on. Declarations of interest. Take it there are none. There are no late items. So the confirmation of minutes from the 14th.
Interests.
Yep.
I've declared a conflict of interest on the first item on the agenda at the Strategy and Finance and Performance Committee, so I'll basically step back.
Noted, thank you. So confirmation of minutes from the 14th of May. Someone prepared to move? Councillor Gully, seconded Councillor Hume. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried, thank you. And so the first item we do have on the agenda is Plan Change 79. Barry and Jeremy, welcome. Who's back? Whoever's Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to take my report as read. I don't believe I have anything to add to it. I'll just very briefly recap that Plan Change 79 was publicly notified before the Plan Stop legislation was passed, and the Plan Stop legislation only applied to plan changes that had not yet been notified. The zoning that was being dealt with through Plan Change 79 in a number of different ways had been zone deferred in most cases for several decades. There's land that's has been zoned for development since the plan was first made operative, even back in the 90s. And so there was a rationalisation of a lot of that land. So some was downzoned where it was no longer appropriate, some was upzoned to its final residential or industrial zone where servicing had now been provided, but for whatever reason the change hadn't been made. And then any development land that remained awaiting infrastructure remained as deferred zone. That was one part of the plan change. And the second part of the plan change was to provide a more legally robust methodology for the switch from a deferred zone to a final zone that could actually be utilised once infrastructure was provided. So coming back to the report here, I said I'd take it as read, but now I'm telling you all about it. That the appeal that has been received is specifically on the mechanism, and it's very clear, and we've checked it with legal advice, that it is specifically just on the mechanism for how we switch from one zone to another zone. All of the content relates to the rationalisation of zones that I talked about, including with the Lower Queen Street Industrial Zone, which had the sea level rise issue, and other locations. None of that was appealed whatsoever. So this report is essentially saying, asking you to approve those parts of the plan change and make them operative, while the rest remains, the mechanism part, the part that was appealed, can be progressed through the Environment Court process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. And so just to clarify the difference between Plan Change 81 and Plan Change 79, Plan Change 81 is at the very start of the process, very start of the public consultation process, yet to go through submissions, hearings and or decisions. Plan Change 79 has been through the public notification and the submissions and the hearings and the decisions and the appeals. The appeals process, most of or parts of it have not been appealed. That's what we're being asked to approve today. The bits that have been appealed will go through the appeal process. So, correct, they are at completely opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to the process. Correct. And this is largely a machinery decision to effectively apply the final stamp to a process that has been through all of the required steps for public submissions, hearings, decisions and the appeals.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Councillor Mayling.
I'm happy to move this. It's my understanding the appeal only relates to the trigger mechanisms for Mapua and Motueka.
No, that's not correct. The trigger mechanism doesn't relate to any individual location. It is the trigger mechanism. So previously, prior to Plan Change 79, the trigger mechanism, so the change from a deferred zone to the final zone was done by resolution of council.
Correct.
That was, let's say, we understood to be less legally robust. So we have moved to a different mechanism, which is sort of a switch mechanism. It's a cross-referencing mechanism so that different rules apply once infrastructure is provided. And it's less open to challenge. It's more legally robust under the Resource Management Act. So no, it doesn't relate to any individual location. It's just for any deferred land to enable it to be developed once infrastructure is provided. That's the mechanism.
Okay. As I said, I'm happy to move.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McNamara.
Yes, so I'm trying to get my head around this thing. So the stuff that we're approving is being taken out, or it's not got a deferral over it. Is that how that's approved, and the other stuff's not?
So there was two very distinct parts to Plan Change 79. One part was the mechanism that I've just described, and that was purely just the words around what the process is. It's quite a sort of academic exercise, not an academic exercise, but a technical exercise on what the process is to change land from a deferred zone to actually a developable zone. And as I've mentioned, that applies anywhere. It's just the method. Then the second part was, in some ways, volume-wise, was a bigger part, and that was going through every deferred zone that we've got in our district plan, of which there was about 800, isn't it? It was quite a large area. It's about 800 hectares. It sounds too much. Anyway, there was a big area of land that was deferred. That was everywhere from Murchison, Golden Bay, quite a bit around Richmond and different areas, Maraho, places like that, and saying, these have been deferred in a long time. Are they still appropriate? And in a couple of locations, it was actually no. There was one site in Maraho that wasn't appropriate because it was subject to sea level rise. There was other sites that when we talked to the engineers, they said, actually, that's good to go. It's got infrastructure that was provided a couple of years back. For whatever reason, nobody's ever shown any interest, but the infrastructure's there. There's no point in it being deferred. So it was a rationalisation process of upzoning. When I say upzoning, I mean taking it from a deferred zone to its final zone, or downzoning. And where there were sites that still needed infrastructure, and it was still it was on the books in the long-term plan to provide that infrastructure, then they stayed as deferred.
Yep.
And so that was that second part of the process, and none of that part has been appealed.
So, in terms of his appeal and the ones that we're not approving, is he trying to get them approved already, or
No.
or why is that? Yeah, I'm trying to understand how that's a problem.
So the sites that no, there's no. I'm just trying, sorry. Can you rephrase the question?
I think what Dean's trying to get at is the appeal
Yeah.
is very specific to the mechanism for uplifting. So the question is partly what is the purpose of what? So why is it being appealed? What are they trying to achieve via the appeal? So that's part of the question. So why is the appeal the appeal? Why is the mechanism in question? That's one question.
Yes.
Tied up with that, does that mean that if we pass this resolution, the deferred zones remain deferred, the ones that haven't been given their final zoning and remain deferred for infrastructure, they would still be subject to the uplifting of the deferment at some point in the future, should the infrastructure arrive, will depend on the outcome of the appeal. But we can still approve the deferred zoning.
Yes. That's right.
But how that deferred zoning gets uplifted in the future
Correct.
will rely on the outcome of the appeal in relation to the mechanism.
Yes, that's right. So the reasons for the appeal are unknown, and I won't speculate there. But they are quite specific in terms of Anyway, I'll leave that there. Absolutely, though, the sites that remain, sites that we've uplifted, so take, for example, the Lower Queen Street industrial land, that is no longer deferred. That is light industrial zoned land. The deferral is gone. We've done that through a Schedule 1 process, not through an uplift or any sort of switch process. We just did a Schedule 1 process to do it. It achieves the same outcome. Yes, exactly. For sites that remain deferred, there's no contest to the fact that they remain as deferred zone land. The contest is what's the process to switch that. So the mechanism, exactly. So my advice would be they can remain deferred. We can agree and approve the plan change that they remain deferred. There's no contest about that. We just need to figure out the switching mechanism. But the final answer on the switching mechanism doesn't change the fact that they are deferred zone.
Yeah. So through the mayor, I guess the other part of the question is, there's no chance that the stuff that we approve today, once the hearing goes through, can be contested anyway.
No, right. It's completely beyond the scope of the appeal.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Still looking for a seconder at some point in the conversation. Councillor Morgan.
I understand the process you're going through, but I was seeking clarity. We've got Greenfields deferred, Greenfields, the zoning,
Yes.
or however you view it.
Yes.
To go from deferred into a operative state, you've made the statement that infrastructure is all in place. So can I be clear, I haven't got to my question yet, can I be clear that you're not really suggesting there's going to be additional capital investment to the lands that you're moving in the infrastructure area? They're ready to go. Is that correct?
It varies. So and for some pieces of land, the infrastructure is in place already, and for those pieces of land, we have changed the zone to its final zone, whether that's light industrial or residential or whatever it is. So the zone has actually just been changed through the Schedule 1 process. Where that infrastructure is not in place, it is within the 10-year plan. So it is a criterion for having deferred land in the plan is that the infrastructure is budgeted for in the 10-year plan.
Okay, well
So this is not awaiting new infrastructure beyond the 10-year plan that's not budgeted for.
just trying to understand your decision process. So it's clear there's some infrastructure in these land to support these lands, but there's still capital required in the 10-year plan to complete.
Correct. If I give
So just do we have an understanding of what that 10-year capital is required for those that don't have the support of those lands?
we could get that, I don't have that. I'd have to defer to my colleague Michael Goldingham, who's the and I don't think he'll have it today either off the top of his head. But yes, we know. So take for example, one of the main deferred sites that remains deferred is the strip, quite a substantial strip of land down State Highway from Three Brothers Corner down State Highway 60 as far as McShane Road, and that is a block of land that is deferred to become mixed business zone. So it's a business area for mixed business, kind of like the sort of stuff we see down Estuary Place. That is awaiting one sewer pipeline from point A to our pump station. Once that is provided, and that can either be provided by the developer or by council and recouped through DCs, then that will be fully serviced. We'll be able to switch it, and they'll be able to build it.
So just ballpark, what's the figure for the land that doesn't have infrastructure support in the LTP? So I'm clear in my mind. The decision's been made and the planning process has been through, but I'd just like to know what's coming, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with Jeremy. I don't have the numbers on what land is not there. Another example is up Hart Road, the bit up the back there.
Well, you haven't got the answer. My suggestion is that I'll be provided, the council has provided the answer. Thank you.
Okay, so subsequent to this meeting, if the answer is readily available, and it may not be as simple as a specific dollar figure because some of it will be wrapped up with other infrastructure, but that can be provided. The decision that we're making today is not dependent on it, and if the council decides not to provide the infrastructure for some reason during the 10-year planning process that we are currently in, it just remains deferred.
It does remain deferred. The other aspect that we, as part of the mechanism, the part that is under appeal, is a 10-year sunset clause. So if that infrastructure is not provided within 10 years, then essentially it lapses and it would need to be reconfirmed through a plan change.
Okay, so that's your backstop. The backstop process is other decisions made through other processes that potentially impact on it as a conversation for another day, despite the understanding that we'll get post this meeting. but there is a sunset mechanism in terms of the deferred zoning, which is actually a new thing, right? Because previously,
Yes,
once it's
it's a new thing,
deferred, you could wait 30 years for the infrastructure to arrive.
The sort of deal, the concept with deferred zoning, the whole approach with deferred zoning is you zone first. Obviously, the infrastructure is not in place because
By
so
definition.
the planning leads, then you provide the infrastructure, then it's available for development. And this was a way of achieving that with only one plan change. It was all about a process to be more efficient, so that you don't have to have two plan changes to change.
The other thing to bear in mind is all this is about to change in about a few months with the change to new legislation, and how all of these zones and deferred zones and uplifts and all of that works will be subject to an entirely new bit of legislation, which may or may not impact on future decisions. Again, this decision is not reliant on that. It's just something that we need to note.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind me commenting on that, actually, it's just a useful bit of input, is that the new legislation actually has what's called conditional zoning, and so that's basically central government, we think has picked up on what we do here and put that into the law so that it will all be part of the law and we won't have to have these kind of cunning workarounds.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I've got a couple of questions. My first one is, so you say that the infrastructure that, obviously there is some in the system, the new infrastructure, will any of that money have to come out of our renewal/maintenance to actually pull it across the line? Because it's a long-term plan that we're yet to sign off on. First question?
Yeah, fair question. Unknown at this stage. Until I can do the research for Paul here, it'd be under the same thing, and I can answer that as well.
Ooh.
Dwayne?
Through the chair, it actually depends a bit on the trade-offs you make as councillors through the long-term plan. I'm just quickly looking up the last long-term plan. We had $882 million programmed in over possibly around 15 years, of which around $290 million of that related to growth infrastructure of some description or another. So the majority of council spend isn't on growth infrastructure, it's on other things. But in that figure it hides how intertwined some of our level of service compliance, growth and renewals infrastructure is. So I think I mentioned the other day that often you achieve 2 or 3 objectives through one bit of kit. And that is the case for the program. So it's not always a simple answer. And in any case, where there's a simple trade-off between investing in growth and renewal of a piece of pipe that isn't unrelated to growth, that ultimately will follow the prioritisation process and decisions that council makes through the long-term plan.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't find that okay. But anyway, trade-offs. The system that we know that currently isn't working, and then putting in a new system, that doesn't necessarily sit well for me. My other question though is, if it is what it is, I hear that.
Well, no, I think it is.
Can I have my second question, please?
Yeah, no, you may.
Okay, so my second question is that the appeal is going to go through the Environment Court over this mechanism. If the decision is made to approve Plan Change 79 today, what implications and costs will come back to us once the Environment Court has done that process?
Sorry, Chair, it depends on the process. So initially we're required to mediate before going to a hearing. So it depends on how long the mediation and any subsequent hearing will take. So we're bound by the process. We're obligated to run the process. So it's a little bit as how long is a piece of string. The appeal is quite narrow, and we think that there's real scope for mediating some outcomes, but that's yet to be seen. It's very early days. There is 2 other parties that have joined the appeal, 2 submitters. Submitters on the plan change have joined the appeal, so we'll just have to see how it runs.
And it may well be overtaken by other events, i.e. a complete change to the law and the legislation, and we can't foresee quite how that'll work out either. But it's like any appeal to any plan change. It has a cost for us as the respondent or the one of the parties to the legal challenge. It's just sadly part of the process we have to work through. Yes, Councillor Walker.
So I guess the flip side of that is, what is the cost if we don't do development and provide housing?
Yes. A substantially bigger figure, I imagine. Councillor Greening. Oh, sorry, Councillor McNamara, then Councillor Greening.
Kind of along the same lines, I was just wondering, so what's the extra cost in us doing half a change and then coming back to do the rest of the change as opposed to stalling and doing everything?
Well, the first half of the change, the rezoning stuff, is already done. So that's done. It's finished. This is the final. Approving it and making it operative is essentially a resolution here.
So effectively, there's zero cost.
There's zero cost to that
today.
The remaining part that is in front of the Environment Court process, we'll be doing that as efficiently as we can. But as Barry mentioned, the process is the process, and they.
So the answer is there's no additional cost to doing it this way than
Correct.
waiting for whatever length of time the appeals take to do it.
By waiting doesn't, in my opinion and my advice is, it doesn't achieve anything whatsoever. It just means that there's a number of landowners who'll be very frustrated. There'll be infrastructure that's sitting there unused.
And we won't be getting our development contributions, our financial contributions quicker. Okay, thank you. Councillor Greening, then Councillor Morgan. I'm still looking for a seconder. I'll solve the problem. I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I just want to ask a few questions and just make some observations. I think, first of all, we've had so many LTP workshops this week, and we have a deliberations hearing today. I really think this topic would have benefited from a workshop so councillors can get their head around it. I don't think this was the best way to drive it through. And it would give, I suppose, councillors a better opportunity to understand what's going on. I think this forum doesn't necessarily provide that. So it is unfortunate we've done that. Is there any reason for urgency on this PC 79 approval today, given all the unknowns that have already been signalled to some earlier questions?
Look, part of the reason for this is that Plan Change 81 will be notified soon, and at the moment, when you look at the TRMP, there's parts of Plan Change 79 which are now beyond challenge, are still identified in the TRMP as part of the plan change. Now, when we notify Plan Change 81, it's going to be very confusing for people because it's going to be very hard to work out what parts of the plan change they can submit on and what parts are actually part of Plan Change 79 because it hasn't been updated. And we'd really like to update the TRMP to make it clear what parts are operative, and so they're not part of Plan Change 81 when people submit on it. The main driver for this is to help submitters in the next plan change in Plan Change 81 to reduce confusion.
Sorry, I'll just add to that, as well as we do. It is true that there are landowners who have been waiting for Plan Change 79. Basically, we've had a moratorium on, if that's the right word, on deferred zone changes for about two or three years now, and there's been several, and that has frustrated development opportunities to provide for homes and businesses who want to use that land. So it's also to try and allow that to happen now that there is no reason to hold that up, essentially.
So, again, I didn't get the right answer. Is there any reason not to pause this? What is the urgency today? Is there any urgency? Can we pause?
So you've had the answer. The answer is, firstly, we've invested a lot of money in infrastructure in a number of these locations and actually enabling people to get on and develop, start paying us development contributions so we can get our money back, which we spend so much time debating. And in this case, a lot of these sites, Councillor Greening, the infrastructure is already available. We've already spent the money. This is our chance to get it back. And I'm answering you. So from my perspective, the urgency is that we need to facilitate that to happen. Secondly, we've already discussed the issue with deferred zones where the infrastructure isn't currently available. It is in the 10-year plan. However, one of the other things this plan change brings in, which has not been the case historically, is a sunset clause which incentivises both developers, landowners, and the council to consider bringing in the infrastructure investment, and either of those parties can do that, because the 10-year sunset clause means if it isn't provided, effectively the land reverts back to its previous zoning, if I understand this correctly. So for both of those reasons, added to the reason that there is no downside or cost of making the decision today versus delaying it until the appeals are refined. So that is my perspective. That is the urgency. So if you have a second question, you can ask it now.
So I gather from the response, there is no urgency for PC 91. It can be paused. But, you know, people would like it to progress. That's the message I got from them. Is that correct? Is that what they're saying? Is that there is no urgency? We could oppose?
No, that's not the advice.
So that's not the advice, Mark. Move on to the next question.
Fair enough. Okay. So just on the sunset clause, which the Mayor has raised, does that activate from when on approval, or does it activate from earlier periods? When does it activate from the sunset?
From the date that the zoning is operative.
So from today, if we pass this resolution.
Correct.
So if we didn't pause it, it's not going to impact on them because they've still got their sunset clause if it's paused out further. Fantastic. So again, I don't see the urgency here. They've still got their sunset clause from activation. And I just want to, in the appeal document, and I was reading at para 24, page 127, the second edit, I think it's schedule 16, and insert some words. And in that paragraph, it also refers to Richmond. So isn't that affecting, if they get their changes through and if the court makes changes, there could be some changes to what we've said, but we've already uplifted it. Shouldn't we wait until the court's landed all these words before we start uplifting?
Jeremy, Barry.
No, so the land that's been live zoned through this plan change won't be affected by the appeal. So if we've moved it from deferred to, say, mixed business because the infrastructure's there, then that decision's final. It's not affected by the appeal.
Thank you. Next question.
I'm interested to know how PC 79 interacts with PC 81. Again, looking at paragraphs 49 of the panel report, and paragraph 67, 70, 71 and 74, where it was suggested it does affect PC 81.
Yes, it does in a way, because Plan Change 81. Well, the first aspect I'll just repeat of Barry's was that it's got, with the notification of Plan Change 81, there is the issue of confusion. So I guess it interacts in that way when we're asking people to submit on Plan Change 81, and they look at a TRMP that has got a whole lot of changes in red and zones that are all out of date, effectively. So there's a potential for confusion there. So that's one interaction. The second interaction is that through Plan Change 81, we have new land, new growth land, whether it's for residential or business, for the next 10 years, which will be deferred. It'll be deferred awaiting a new round of infrastructure, essentially. So assuming nothing changes with the law, but taking the law as it is at the moment, we will be relying on the deferral process for those new areas of land as well. So the mechanism that I mentioned will need to be resolved through the Environment Court process, but the zoning that's in place can progress, as I mentioned, with no interaction between the two. But yes, there is an interaction because Plan Change 81 will be bringing in new deferred zone land areas for the next 10 years.
So my general feeling here, given some unknowns that have already been indicated that we don't know yet, and my impression that really this should have been workshopped before coming to this meeting. In fact, I'm really surprised we've put this ahead of deliberations, given the importance of deliberations, but nevertheless. I just don't think there is any urgency to do this. The sunset clause only starts from activation, so the developers are paused. I understand the mayor is chasing the DCs.
Well, the mayor is not chasing the DCs. I think from the council's own financial position, getting DCs to fund infrastructure we've already invested in is a wise decision. Not getting money in the current financial climate. So it's not me chasing it. I'm just highlighting for the council, getting revenue in for infrastructure we've already invested in my mind, is a good decision.
Point of order, Chair.
Mark, you've been talking now for going on 5 minutes. So. And I've given you the chance to ask the questions, and you've just, kind of highlighted that you think I'm chasing something in particular. I am not. I am just suggesting that the council needs to consider getting revenue back for infrastructure it's already invested in and has debt associated with. Just the point I'm trying to make is we need to consider that when we're coming to the decision.
Exactly, chasing DCs. I think there's no urgency on putting this through. I think we can pause, better understand it for ourselves, because I think some people in the room probably don't. We've got some unknowns that could be answered, which I think some people's decisions are pending on. When those answers come through, then we can have a better debate. I think I really struggle to see why we're putting this on here today, given the importance of deliberations. We've got some questions. We have a future meeting where this could be...
Right, thanks Mark. Your point's been noted. You've made it extensively. We're moving on. Councillor Kinnamonth.
Thank you, through the chair. This is not the only process that land developers can change the zoning of the land. They can do it themselves if they want to, can't they?
Well, through a private plan change process, they can, which is provided for in the Act.
So I would suggest, and maybe you don't have to answer this, but I'd suggest that there's developers out there who are also like us, watching and waiting to see what government is doing, so that they can either go to the council and get fast tracking of their land, or get deferments when the government makes all these changes. So my question to you is, are you aware of any developers that are holding back until they get government direction to us on changes of land zoning? Does that make sense?
No, yeah, it does. No, I'm not aware of any that relate to this plan change, but I am aware of developers of landowners who are awaiting for the zoning changes from this plan change. So it was part of the reason. So there's landowners down on Lower Queen Street who have bought land there to relocate their business and set up their business, and have not been able to, and they've been sitting waiting for this plan change before they can relocate their business, I think from Stoke in one case, and set up on that industrial land.
Okay, thank you. And there are clearly other developers / landowners who will be watching the government's changes with interest. And we are aware there are developers, and I think it's publicly acknowledged in the fast track process. So there will be people in pretty much every position. Some will be relating to Plan Change 79, some will be relating to Plan Change 81, some will have eggs in 2 baskets with a fast track application as well. Yeah, there's lots of different circumstances. Deputy Mayor Maru.
Thank you, through.
Now we'll come back to Councillor Mating for his right of reply.
I guess I just want to go back to the start, Barry, and perhaps just a quick 2-minute explanation from yourself in terms of the process we go through to do a plan change and the machinery nature of this decision.
Mr. Mayor, other councillors had an opportunity to ask 2 questions.
You've asked, I think, 3 or 4, maybe even 5 questions. So I'll go to councillors who haven't had the opportunity yet, and then I'll come to the mover for a right of reply. As you correctly pointed out, we have a very large agenda item relating to the annual plan to get to, so we will be getting to it as soon as possible.
Okay, sure. So this plan change was just a little bit unique, given what its genesis was, with a member of the public providing us with a legal opinion on the lawfulness or otherwise of a mechanism. When that was identified, we got our own legal advice. We did then workshop the issue with councillors at that time, and then we had to develop what was a draft plan change effectively. That was then workshopped again with councillors. It was released for informal feedback of the community, and we provided that, and that helped to kind of mould the plan change. It was then brought back again for a decision to council on whether or not to notify that plan change and start that formal process. That was undertaken. There was then submissions, and then a further round of submissions, and a hearing on that, and then the hearing panel released its decision. That decision then came back to council for a decision on whether to adopt it and notify the decision. That has all happened, and now what's happened is that after that decision was notified, there was an appeal period. There is one appeal lodged, but the other parts of the plan change are now effectively beyond challenge. So they are all, for all intents and purposes, they're operative already, but we just need to have that seal. The RMA says it now needs a seal of the council to formally make it operative.
Thank you, Bear. On those basis, I'll be supporting the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So my take on this is a process that started in the 90s, you said? There or thereabouts, early 2000s. We've been out, we've consulted with councils over that period of time, have been out, consulted with the community. Part of our job is to allow for growth. And part of the issue with this is, I'm well aware some of that area was berryfields, for example, and that was to allow for, from memory, about 50 years worth of growth for industrial and mixed business land, and a change of rules in the government meant that it wasn't used for that, it was used for housing instead. So we have a shortfall of that kind of zoned land. Part of our job is to plan in advance. This is planning in advance. The processes and mechanisms have been planned for or put in. There is an opportunity for some areas not to be done with the sunset clause. I mean, are we just going to sit here and not do anything for the next 3 years? It's doing my head in. I'll be supporting this because we need to just get this work done. There's no surprises, there's nothing new. We can't just sit here having our residents twiddling their thumbs waiting for a decision for the next, I don't even know how long, so I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. I'll come to the mover for his right of reply.
Well, just quickly, this is largely a procedural decision to allow development where we've already put the infrastructure in place. And the other thing is, it actually came before this council in February and we approved it. So why there is a big debate today, I don't really know. To me, it's very straightforward. Let's get it done and let these people develop the land that is required and the infrastructure is in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Yes.
Would you like your vote recorded?
Yes.
The resolution is carried. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Jeremy and Michael, for your contribution, and we look forward to you circulating the high-level information in regards to the question that Councillor Morgan asked earlier. Dwayne, just before, so there's two options here. We can start break after 10-15 minutes, or we could break briefly, come back and start, and then carry on through till lunch, which is my preferred option. All right? Give us a go. Right, so we're breaking now, 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:30.
Dwayne.
We're now on to annual plan deliberation, and I will hand over to Amy to lead us through the reports, and then we'll get to the resolutions in due course. So just so we're all clear in terms of process, we will go through the resolution in sections. We will make decisions in principle on the way through on the various items that are discussed under those sections. At the point we've arrived at the end of the in principle decision making process, have worked through the resolutions and the report, we will break. Staff will collate the in principle decisions into a format that we can then come back and consider a resolution as a whole that wraps up all of the in principle decisions that we've made. We will go into committee, and I will look for a mover and seconder at the point we come to the community facilities information for two reasons: one due to commercial issues and one due to negotiations, to enable council to gather some information that has been arrived at over the last week or so. So when we get to that, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to go into committee. So that's the process that we're going to go through. I'll now come across to Amy.
Atumaria e kurumata.
Hang on, Amy, sorry. Did you have a... No, all good. Sorry, Amy.
Atumaria e te koromata o tira tine koutou nā kai konihira o te tai o Aorere. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Our consultation on the Annual Plan 2026-27 and the Schedule of Fees and Charges 26-27 ran from the 2nd of April until the 3rd of May. The consultation document briefly set out what's impacting rates and what we've done since the LTP was adopted in June 2024 to avoid or reduce costs and get the average rates requirement down to 9.9% for the next financial year. The community were invited to indicate which option they preferred for a new recovery rate and to provide feedback on proposed budget movements, including adjustments to operating and capital budgets, pausing or progressing community facilities, slowing planned funding of depreciation for roading assets, and changes to council's fees and charges. Community views were also sought through 2 quick polls on progressing or pausing the community facilities projects and on the proposed recovery rate. During the consultation period, managers were encouraged to communicate any changes in the area of activity included in the CD with affected or interested parties, and iwi were directly informed about the consultation. The submissions hearing meeting was held on the 14th of May, and we had 44 submitters who were heard. 367 submissions were received, with 46 from groups or organisations. We also received 3,478 votes on the quick polls from 2,856 contributors. An overview of the submissions is provided as attachment 2, and the feedback is summarised in the report. Affordability was a dominant concern, particularly for households already experiencing cost pressures and with limited capacity to absorb further increases in rates or fees. Concerns regarding a perceived lack of cost control, rising debt and long-term financial sustainability were also raised in submissions. 115 submitters responded to the consultation question on proposed changes to fees and charges. 7 submitters supported the proposals, however opposition to the increase is widespread and strongly expressed, especially where increases exceeded inflation. To meet the statutory notification requirements of the Dog Control Act, the report includes a resolution to adopt the dog control fees as set out in attachment 3 today. Just a note on waste minimisation. So following the conversations with Council yesterday during the LTP workshop, and new costings from our contractor with the changing price in plastic, we're reviewing those bag prices and we'll come back in the June meeting when you adopt the fees with the final price. Requests to Council were received from 12 submitters, and they are presented in paragraphs 5.70 to 5.91 of the report and in the document tabled for today's meeting with associated staff advice. In terms of the Motueka pool paragraph, 5.48 refers to a workshop. As you're aware, that workshop was cancelled, so those discussions haven't been had, and we'll cover that off today. Several changes are proposed in the report as a result of submissions or further information becoming available. The net result of these changes is a rates increase of 11.3%, which is an increase of 1.4% on what was consulted on. Options for funding the overall increases in costs and the impact of any submissions are presented for your consideration. Key changes include amending the proposed fee structure for property files as a result of feedback received in submissions, estimated operating and capital fuel price impacts set out in paragraph 5.5, and a review of the deliverability of the capital program for the current year and proposed capital program for 2026-27, resulting in the changes shown in attachment 1. The report we've prepared to support your deliberations today summarises the feedback received during the consultation period to help enable you to give consideration to community views, and provides advice from staff on requests made by submitters and on some matters raised in the submissions. Note that to operate lawfully beyond 30th of June 2026, the Council must adopt an annual plan. Late adoption is a statutory breach and can also impact the rate setting and assessment process. We advise that there is not sufficient time before the end of June to undertake further consultation on any new proposals or on proposals that significantly or materially differ from the proposals that the Council has consulted on. So you'll need to make decisions today on the resolutions in the report and what you wish to be included in the annual plan 2026-27, so we can finalise this document for your consideration and adoption at the full Council meeting on the 25th of June. Staff are here to support your deliberations today. And Dwayne has a couple of points he'd like to add.
Thanks, Amy. Dwayne?
Kia ora koutou. Good morning, councillors. First up, Matt is not available today. He is pretty crook, so we've wheeled in Paul. Paul hasn't been as close to the annual plan process as Matt has, so we may not be able to answer all your questions. We'll have Margie here as well. We'll try as best we can if there are any specific finance-related questions. And if we can't, we will come back to you. Second, the recommendations in the report, at the near the end of the process, are to look to either increase rates or debt fund, expected operating deficit. I guess the point I would make is the fuel cost estimates are based on kind of fuel prices as of about a month ago, flying through to the remainder of the the financial year, and that probably is quite a conservative position. And effectively going for the second option B, which is the debt fund, I'd just point out that if those costs aren't realised, then we won't raise the debt. Just to be really clear. So that is only a if you need to proposition. I know that Councillor Neubauer has tabled a resolution relating to the Capital Works Program. No issue with that, except possibly to substitute the words subject to with the words and agree, because otherwise it makes the preceding part of the proposition subject to a later part, which will only happen later in the year. So no in principle objection, just suggest a slight wording change to give effect to it. And just to stress that we absolutely need to land this today. Next Wednesday, the team need to finalise all the inputs into the financial model in time to draft up the annual plan, to run it through the financial model, get the representative properties, to get the rate strike, to match the rates strike against individual properties, to get it legally checked, to draft all of that and get it in time to you for approval later next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. So I'll come to questions in a second. Is there anything further you want to add before I open it up for questions? If not, Councillor Fernier, then Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question about the quick poll results. I'm looking specifically at on page 393, where we have, for example, the Brightwater Facilities Upgrade received 559 votes from 475 submitters. How are people submitting more than once?
Through the Mayor, thank you. Potentially. So the quick poll votes are open to anyone who has internet access. The difference between votes and contributors indicates it comes from the same IP address. So that could be a public library, it could be a household. We haven't looked into that. Just that's why we've added the contributors, just to be clear that there was a difference.
Excellent question. Councillor McNamara.
I'm happy to move point 1.
Excellent. That is a good start to the day. I'll take that. All right, move Councillor McNamara. I'll look for a seconder before we move on.
You do.
Seconded Councillor Kinnamonth. That was a good start to the day. Right, Councillor McNamara.
We'll carry on. So you raised the fuel thing. So the figures we have now include the potential for fuel increase across the year. The ones we went out to consult with did not. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the transport figure. It did seem quite light to me, how much we've allowed in that space.
Yeah, I don't know if Jamie's in the room or online, but Mike, who's actually engineering. Sorry. I've got to go back. I'm still working on the other structure. John is here, who can answer that question. It was every operational manager was approached and they looked at their contracts on a one-on-one basis, but to get to your specific question, John can answer that.
We're cool. Sorry, we're fine with that now.
Right. It also it was interesting, the breakdown in terms of rivers was quite high, roading was quite low, but again, I'm assuming that's based on the conversations that have been had with both contractors, etc., etc. So, yeah. While we're on the topic, and before I come and put the first resolution, which we can agree in principle, hopefully, on the fuel, so that is an estimate of the impact should fuel prices remain at an elevated level for the period 1 July all the way through 30 June 26, 27. 26, 27.
Yes, correct. Basically 1 year starting 1 July.
So the council could consider, in terms of its risk management profile, saying 6 months of that seems a lot more certain than 12 months. And so whether it's 1.8 or another figure, noting the point you made that if the intention is to effectively borrow that if it eventuates during the course of the year and then consider it at the end, but the council has the ability, depending on its risk appetite, alter that figure. Unless there's anything on the first item, which hopefully there isn't, I will put the resolution, although again in principle, and say aye. 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 Carried. Thank you. Right, we move to the second lot, and this is the point where Councillor Neubauer has indicated, and the wording has come up, and it has been subject to a request from staff to change the word of subject to agree to. Is that my understanding?
And agree. Yeah. Same effect, I believe.
Okay, subject to that, I'll come to Councillor Neubauer.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I hope it has the same effect. Let's talk about that. Look, I have to say I was a bit surprised about the level of visibility or invisibility of our $100 million, or nearly $100 million capital program leading up to this annual plan. There has been no debate about it. There's been no discussion, and I can only stress that the capital program is really where we set the direction for our future operational expenditure. That sets a lot of our strategy. And I do realise that we can't resolve that whole capital program today, and that's why I believe that rather than just blindly approving the capital program, we need to have the subject to, possibly agree to, certain conditions under which this capital program is approved. And I do note that through our work on the upcoming long-term plan, we've already done some work on prioritising capital program. There's a framework that that staff have come up with that we seem to agree with. And so to me it makes sense to send this capital program through that draft prioritisation framework and then keep the final approval of the outcome with the council. So on that proviso, I would be happy to move that point. But I would like to put it up to discussion whether agree to means must, because subject to means must. I don't want these points to be a nice to have. They have to happen, otherwise there is no capital program.
So I think Dwayne's point was making a decision that's subject to another decision is probably not where we can be, but agreeing to review and prioritise the capital program using it is a more definitive decision which would fit the legal requirements of the decisions around the annual plan. So I think my personal view is it means the same thing. It's just much clearer in terms of what the process is. Okay, so this has been moved. So not been moved as an amendment; it's just being moved. So the mover of item 2, including the change wording, is Councillor Neubauer. Is there a seconder? I'll second.
I'm happy to second.
Well, okay, we'll change that. Councillor Woods has seconded. So have we got that? Neubauer and Woods. I'll come across to Councillor Greening.
Would be useful if we could see the resolution on screen for the benefit of those in the public and myself. One question I do have is this just reorganising the work we're doing, or is this proposing to actually remove work from the capital program, in which case how does it relate to the rates increase? Are you proposing that we have a lower rates increase and we will be carving out capital works programs? Or is this suggesting we stay with the current rates increase and we're just shuffling the work program?
Thank you.
In my view, it doesn't presuppose a decision.
Councillor Woods, given you're relatively new to the online input, if you just raise your hand and I will come to you in due course and I'll get Councillor Neubauer to answer the question as the mover.
Look, to my understanding, the capital program is generally funded through debt rather than rates. Obviously, that has a flow-on effect to covering the cost of the debt, which is then covered through rates. But I'm probably would prefer some staff advice on this. So I think the direct rates impact of this is probably relatively small, but I don't suggest that this is actually cutting anything out of the program, but to my understanding, we're struggling to deliver the whole program anyway. So by prioritising it, we're making sure that we're delivering those projects within this program that we find are the most desirable ones, and the ones that we might not get to are probably at the bottom of that list.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. As the mover, Councillor Woods, as the seconder.
So can I have a follow-up question, or do I?
You can after Councillor Woods has answered.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Timo's sentiments. I think where we've had underspend in capital, that means we get to spend the money where it's prioritised first. Also, we have had a request from staff related to the underspend that having a set of priorities for the capital projects would assist them in continuity of the spend to avoid underspend. And I note that there's also looking at a reduction in the capital budget. So this also ties in with that, where we're prioritising work that needs to be done. And if we chose to bring the renewals program up to speed and avoid the reactive maintenance budget, that assists with that as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, so I just wonder whether it would make more sense for the amendment rather than say attach. Well, it just needs to indicate that more explicitly that the revised capital program will be coming back to us for review and effectively reduction, because that's not there. It just looks like we're just shuffling debt chairs.
That is what it says. We review and prioritise using the prioritising framework through the long-term plan, and final approval of the resulting reprioritisation will be by the Tasman District Council. So I think that's what it does say. Okay, Councillor Morgan.
Okay.
I can see through the long-term planning process, we would do the prioritisation work. Where does it clarify the AP capital spend this year, which is 98 million?
So this resolution refers to the capital
the process.
planned. Yep, in this year coming, i.e., starting. It will overlap with the considerations that we are going to consider through the LTP on the capital program. That is likely to look different because of the direction that council provided around medium versus high growth. So there will be, I guess, there'll be an overlap between the two things.
So the AP that we've got with the 98, that'll be that capital investment will be prioritised too.
Correct, through this
I just
process.
need clarity on that.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Dwayne, did I hear you say before that staff are generally happy with this amendment?
Through the chair, yeah, absolutely. Actually, it feeds in nicely to the point Councillor Morgan was making. We're going to. The reality is that through the long-term planning process, we will look at this year's program as well. So this works well with that process, and it's almost we'll be doing 11 years worth of prioritisation. So yeah.
The second question is the timing. You're going to have to give this some urgency, I would have thought.
I'll defer to Michael on timing.
Michael.
Kia ora, through the chair. Yeah, interesting question. Yeah, we'll be doing LTP and looking for that first draft of prioritisation through that space in approximately 5 weeks, when we're going out for budgets now for LTP. In approximately 5 weeks, we'll be looking to use the prioritisation and phasing framework that we're currently developing to help this. It's not just prioritisation, it's about how projects are phased to be able to be delivered on time. And so all that is in action at the moment. And yes, so whether we include this into that process that's happening in 6 weeks, that would be awesome. But I can't put hand on heart say that's going to happen, but it can happen shortly afterwards.
Through the chair, would the end of the first quarter of the financial year or third quarter of this calendar year, so somewhere between sort of October-ish, that's about right?
Correct.
Okay, so ideal scenario, everything working perfectly, it could be considered as part of the 5-6 week thing, but at the very least it's in the first quarter of the financial year we're considering. Okay, all right, thank you. Anything further before I look to either come back, I'll come back to the mover for his right of reply and then look to put the resolution.
I have a question.
Councillor Greening.
So does this wording allow that if we did reduce our rates increase, which is the last resolution, that therefore staff would come back with a revised and reduced capital works program if the rate was lower? Does that allow that?
Dwayne.
Through the chair, this essentially sets the program for next year and the associated budgets from a capital perspective. If the council and all else being equal, there's a couple of figures in there about what you do that would generate a rates return. Let's say you went for the 9.9 option, all else being equal, which contemplates I think around $700,000 or $800,000 of borrowing, and you wanted to have a lower figure, say 8.9. Essentially, all else being equal, that means we'd borrow another $1.1 million sort of thing on top of that to get that rate strike. It doesn't contemplate by the 26th of June us revising the capital program down. We more or less have to have all the inputs into the annual plan sorted by Wednesday.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is just pre-prioritising. It's not actually reducing. Okay. Look, I'm happy to support the amendment. It's a small chunk forward, but to be perfectly frank, I'd probably also suggest that I won't be supporting the overall outcome, which is this is just shuffling the deck chairs and continuing with the current rates increase. And I think what we really need to have in this conversation is, rather than going backwards through it all, is actually agree what rates increase we want to do and then go back through these amendments to achieve that rates increase.
Excellent.
If you go this way, you end up with the rate increase that is specified at the bottom.
Thank you, Councillor Greening. And when you're running these meetings, you can run it in whatever order you like. So we'll move on
What
to
historic
the
events have
next.
been done?
We'll put this resolution. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Right of reply.
I don't have much to say here. I just want to reiterate, given the timeframes that we're operating under and the process that we have gone through to get to where we are today, I believe this is the best compromise we can land on.
Thank you. I'll look to put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. Do you want it noted?
Yes, please.
That's probably two, I would suggest. Councillor Greening and Councillor Morgan. Oh no, I think Councillor Greening supported it.
Yeah, I did, because
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I'm going to foreshadow.
Yes.
I'm going to foreshadow resolutions that are completely different to these.
Yeah, brilliant.
Because it's all backwards.
Yes, thank you for your perspective. So that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Morgan's vote against is noted. So next up, we could potentially take the next two together if someone's willing to move something in relation to 3 and 4, which is really around the fuel cost increases across all of the things. 3 relates to the items not specifically related to Three Waters. Three Waters is noted in 4 and largely offset by the things that are mentioned in 4 as well. Councillor Kinnermont.
I'm happy to move.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hume. Is there any debate? If not, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just interested in this because the comment that gave me the willies was that it's an estimate and that any cost over that would be debt funded.
Through the chair, so it all depends on where you land at the end of the set of resolutions around how you want to deal with it. But let's for a moment assume that you went for I think it's 10.5% rates movement, and costs ended up being more than this. Then the reality is that that portion of it would be debts funded. The opening remarks I made were in relation to the estimated I think it's about $800,000 golf between 10.5 and 9.9% rates movement, and it's suggesting that if needed, we would borrow that if you took option B in terms of that set of resolutions.
So can I just be clear? So that would mean that we're looking at borrowing to cover operating costs.
Correct, if they materialise, and I guess this is the point. It's very difficult to forecast.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So there's 2 ways to address this. There is the 1.8 allowance estimate / for that 12-month period that should it eventuate, if we pass this, that amount will be recovered via the rates if we go with the 10.5. And if it's over that, yes, it's like all other things that exceed budget, it will have to be recovered in the next annual plan / LTP. The other option is to take a greater risk around the estimate and look to recover a percentage of it via the annual plan and the rates, and carry a greater risk that it's exceeded. But that's a decision the council needs to make. Neither of them are right or wrong, and as Dwayne pointed out, it's almost impossible to predict fuel prices for the next 12 months. It's even worse than interest rates, given, maybe not worse, but certainly in the same boat. So many things can impact it that we don't control. Councillor McNamara.
So this is the increase in recommended from what we consulted with to where we've landed in rates, is this item.
Resolutions 3 and 4 just note how the expected cost how cost estimates for fuel increases have impacted the annual plan budget.
So it is effectively the vast majority of the increase between 9.9 and 11.
I'm absolutely correct.
Yeah,
yes,
I think that was Councillor McNamara's question.
Right. Personally, I think I'd rather see it go onto debt. Not that I'm a big fan of debt, but the fact that we are increasing rates means we can borrow more money, which isn't the end goal either. So potentially, if we, could we not instead have the program of works drop to accommodate the previous consulted on budget?
Through the chair, one of the there's quality and price, I guess, in elements of service. One of the difficulties that we have had is we've had 3 years of reviews of services and found it very difficult to make any changes to the services we deliver. Most of them are core, most of them are done at a basic level, and every time we go to tweak something, it has an unintended consequence, or the balloon pops out somewhere else, or we get a lot of public backlash. So we deliberately didn't include a mystery savings line in the possible responses to this, because it's actually very difficult to deliver on that, particularly on our core services. Having said that, I do know that many of the staff are in fact looking at every possible way to trim the costs of their service delivery now, and will be doing so through the year.
Well, I'll just foreshadow that if this one doesn't go through, that I would propose that it goes to debt instead of increasing our rates this coming year.
Okay, so can I just clarify? Nothing's been moved and seconded yet in relation to this, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, has it? Oh, sorry, my bad. Ken Watson here. So you could amend if you wish to reduce the figure from 1.8 to a point less than that. Alternatively, as you say, you could, if the resolution is lost, you could foreshadow a resolution.
Kind of a direct negative.
No, not if it's reducing. It's not a direct negative. Eliminating it entirely is probably a direct negative.
That would be my proposal, was that it all goes to debt.
Okay,
Just
Dwayne.
Sorry, just note through the chair. These are just noting resolutions. The substantive resolutions around, once you've gone through all your decisions around, correct, resolutions 920 resolution 20. That's essentially the choice you make around if you want to keep it at 9.9 or something else, where you balance the difference.
But coming to Councillor Greening's point, there's no point getting to the bottom and then having to come back and redo the things along the way.
Yes, so we'll note this as, so if it is, so this notes, and even if ultimately that end decision, it actually doesn't have, or the only thing that will change, well actually none of this resolution will change, because it's been included in revised budgets, the final decision, if it was to debt fund that and or reduce the 1.8, that's where the rate number would change. This resolution actually wouldn't change. We'd still be noting the fact that that was reflected in the revised budgets we'd received, but we would decide at the end not to implement it in the sense of, do you know what I mean? So this is noting that the budget we're now looking at includes that figure. The resolution at the end as to whether you choose to utilise the forestry $1 million or debt fund this process will ultimately determine whether you land on 11.3 as recommended, 10.5 if you knock off the thing, or some figure lower than that if you then choose to not recover through rates this amount, either in total, or not at all. So nothing in this, and given that they are all subject to and or in principle, it'll be reflected in that final decision. So I take Councillor Greening's point that it seems, but actually, I think as we go through, we'll get to the point that the council will make a decision on that final thing that will wrap up all of these previous notings and or resolutions. So given that this is to note, just bear that in mind. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'd be happy to second Councillor McNamara's foreshadow if we got to that. I guess for me, it's like if we were tracking along and we realised, in 3-4 months' time even, that actually our estimate has blown completely out of the water, do we get an opportunity as a council to then come back around here and go, actually, we need to seriously stop, relook at, and then do a different prioritisation on what we're doing moving forward? Or are we going to get ourselves 12 months down the line and go, holy schmolies, now look at the mess we're in?
Dwayne. Oh, Dwayne, or either or.
Through the chair, I'll just make one general comment. It's and then I might pass on to Leonie around management of budgets more generally in a crisis. One of the reasons, admittedly, that we took a conservative approach and assumed this kind of price movement for the 12 months of the financial year is because we received some advice from fuel suppliers that there's a long tail to prices coming down. Basically, contracts are locked in several, like 18 months ahead of time, and if you want security of supply, you pay the price. So there was some reason for that conservative approach. In terms of if it has upside risk and we end up, I don't know, let's say something else terrible happens, and supply worldwide is constrained even more, the prices go high. Look, I think that's a question probably for the chief executive, but I'm assuming if it got really bad, just like any other crisis, we would need to stop, reconsider, and consider our work.
Okay, Leonie.
Through the chair, staff are already making changes in terms of just the small stuff that we can do to try and deal with these cost increases. We can't anticipate exactly what those costs might be. It might be better, more favourable. If you have a look through some of this report, you'll also see that actually we anticipated higher costs in one area, and in actual fact it's landed lower. So there's always those trades. We're constantly looking at, like, but one thing might be that we get more money in from revenue than we anticipated. Sometimes costs are more than anticipated. It's constantly balancing, and every month we review it. And at the end of the day, trying to make sure that we end up with a balanced budget. So it's hard to predict something like this. I've talked to my colleagues, other chief executives are taking a similar approach. We're all in the same situation. So where we can cut costs, we do. We're constantly doing it. I think Dwayne answered it really well. And also, in terms of that long tail, where we're having to incorporate quite a bit into LTP around these extra costs, and we may be looking at the first 2 years of the LTP, it will have a long tail. At the moment, the world is using up its reserves. They will need to be restocked, so that price will stay high. So it's going to be a conversation, I think, for the long-term plan on how we're going to incorporate that into budgets or what services we might have to reconsider.
Okay, thank you. So bearing in mind we are just noting the budget at this point in time, so there will be a debate about what to include later down the track. And I think the point that was made is if the fuel price doubles again, for whatever reason or some other shock, then my expectation is it will come back to this table to, at that point, decide what on earth you do in that scenario. So.
Thank you, Mayor. I was expecting that to come from the CEO's response, but anyway, I've now got my answer.
Right. So just noting, I've got Councillor Mailing, Councillor Wood, Councillor Greening, Councillor Neubauer. Now, bearing in mind this is just the noting resolution, so just I'm trying to highlight that so that because we will get to the substantive decision about how to address what we're noting here in due course. So, Councillor Mailing.
Yeah, I just see this being a double whammy in some ways on our residents. They're already paying for a higher fuel now, and it's going to be a tail. And then we're increasing the rates, potentially above the 9.9. My view is I would want to hold it at 9.9 and do the forestry and take the punt. Because nobody knows what's going to happen.
Simple we will get to that.
So
we will get to that conversation.
I'm happy to note this, but there's where I am.
Yeah. Right. Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Thank you through the chair. I'm happy to move this or to go with this, but I do want to make a note that I listened to Dwayne saying that there is a difficult decisions around the levels of service, and I do want to say that we're in a position where those difficult decisions must be taken. We cannot guarantee that the fuel prices are going to go back to normal. This could actually be a new reality. We just don't know. And so it's on us as a council to live within our means. So selling down assets, raising rates to unrealistic expectations, I just don't think is sustainable. And I think that's why I think, levels of service must be brought into the equation.
Yep, and that is absolutely the long-term plan conversation. So we will get there probably quicker than than we think. Councillor Greening?
Yeah, so have the words been amended or have they just been moved?
No,
I can't see them on screen.
they've been moved, and just noting that they're noting. So we're
Yes, I
not.
know they're noting, but one of them actually contains instructions, so it's more than a note. So is the wording there? Has debt been added, or has it just been acknowledged as it's going to be dealt with later?
No, so that will be, so this notes that the budget we have in front of us includes these figures, and that so these figures are included in either the 11.3 or the 10.5, and the decision as to whether to fund this either via rates as is currently included in the budget, or part of it by debt and part of it by rates, or all of it by debt, we will arrive at in the final tranche of decision making.
Yeah, so I think some of this wording, when we get to the bottom and we decide we don't want to go with these high rates increases, will have to be revisited.
Correct.
For greater flexibility. Having said that, Note 4 does provide an instruction which is to offset by revenue or savings. I would have thought if we're going to provide instructions, it's to be offset by savings. So maybe the words the words additional revenue or should be struck out.
So this is noting what is currently in front of us. So
yes, I realise that, but it contains instructions.
Well, no, that's not the way I read it. It is just.
Okay, it says, I'll read it out, will be largely offset by additional revenue or savings. That's the instruction for the expected maintenance cost increase.
Which is the staff's recommendation at the point we are in the resolution process. We can amend, change or alter that as we get to the debate you just highlighted, and a number of people have already commented on in relation to whether you want to go with 11.3, 10.5, 9.9 or some other figure.
Yes, but I'm also suggesting that we don't need the words additional revenue or.
So just for the process, it's in principle, and if any of these resolutions need to be amended when we get to the final resolution, they will be done to reflect our subsequent decisions. So we're not setting the resolution in stone, we're moving and passing them in principle at this point.
Yes. So can I invite the mover and seconder to remove the words additional revenue or, so it just reads savings?
Councillor Kinnemont.
Given its note.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I'm happy with the wording the way those are now. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you. Is there anyone further before I put the noting resolutions?
So then can I move an amendment to strike out those words, additional revenue or?
Through the Mayor, that's just noting that the staff told us that there was extra revenue come in that we weren't expecting.
Correct. That's all it's doing. Yeah. There is nothing to be gained by removing the words. It's just stating the factual situation. There is more revenue, therefore it is offsetting the costs. What we subsequently decide to do. I would rather see
the additional revenue go to offset other things, and that this be by savings.
Okay, well that's a subsequent conversation. So the mover has indicated. Does anyone want to second Councillor Greening's amendment? It lapses for want of a seconder. I will put the resolution that's been moved and seconded. Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Kinnemont?
No, thank you. I think you know my view.
Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. So next up, we have the key proposals in the annual plan, which I guess is the key focus for the conversation initially, before we get to the finalising resolutions. So we'll start with 5. I'm happy to take 5 and 6, but certainly 5. And then when we get to 7, and I'll come to you in a second, Councillor Neubauer, then that is the point we'll go into the committee for that further information. For members of the public, that shouldn't be an extensive period of time. So hopefully we can get that information, come back in, and then the debate about item 7 will be held in public and a decision in public. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you very much, and please bear with me. I've got a few things to say about this point. And I want to start with a question about the purpose of consultation. And this is really for my understanding. I'm not trying to have a dig, but it's for my understanding. What is the purpose of consultation? I do understand it's not a referendum. It's not that we go out and there's a number of pros and a number of against, and therefore that's what we have to do. I always thought that we go out for consultation to hear whether there are any thoughts, any ideas about that particular item that we haven't come up with, that we haven't considered yet. And therefore, when it comes back to deliberations today, we could consider them and we could come up with a solution that's even better than any of the options that we've gone out to consultation with. So at this point, I would just like to ask the question, am I correct here, or am I, is this not right?
Through the chair, in this kind of a process, and more generically in the decision-making obligations under Local Government Act, and I'll invite Alan and Leith if they want to add anything here, but the purpose it is, when council makes a decision, is to have people who are affected or interested in the decision the opportunity to have their say. The purpose of that exercise is that it's an input into your decision making. Effectively, you get to know the views and preferences of your community and those who have a stake in the decision before you make your final decision. And that's, from my perspective, the highest point of consultation. Leith, Alan, did you want to add anything to that?
I guess, yes, okay, for you, Mr. Chair. So, so I mean, in our consultation document, we included 4 options, and I guess that's how we focused people's attention in our consultation, and that they were the options that we were asking people about. To introduce now a different option from those 4 means that anyone else who's got a view on those, a new option, really hasn't had the opportunity to have a say and comment on those options, on that idea, that option. So at this stage in the process, it isn't okay to introduce something which we didn't contemplate in our consultation material without going out for further consultation, which is an option, but obviously has a lot of downsides for us in this case. I mean, I personally would frame consultation at this stage as kind of checking that the option we've chosen from the ones we've proposed is the right option.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good explanation. Councillor Neubauer.
So the reason why I'm asking this, and I suppose some have already understood why, I think, you know, there's a bit of frustration from my side here, where we've gone out with options that were quite specific, and we have a problem here where we're basically trying to set up a new rate to deal with a problem which is, you know, the recovery from our weather events. We know how difficult this is. We know that there are some areas in our district that are more affected by weather events than others. They are more at risk. There are even some land uses that are more contributing to this risk, to the effect, to the cost of recovery. And none of our options are actually targeting that. None of the options we've gone out with are actually a solution, but we are setting a precedent here. So what I felt uplifted by is that the community has come back to us and said, well, actually some people in the community, you can't expect the majority to do that if we don't even give them the option in the first place, but some have actually put 1 and 1 together and said, okay, look, we totally understand you can't entirely target an area that's already been hit, that had no idea that they'd be up for this risk. And we in the chamber have also come to that conclusion and said we can't do that. However, they said, well, actually, how about we flag this as, you know, because we are setting a precedent, we don't want to come across as the insurance company that's always going to be there to bail everybody out who chooses to take on these risks, or who chooses to contribute to that risk. There is an option that's come back to us from the community that actually targets the very conundrum that we're in. And that is a blended rate that basically says there is a component linked to risk and there is a component that's communalized. And we could flag that, yes, we start on a trajectory where everything is communalized, which is basically what's suggested through all 4 options that we've gone out with. But over time, we would signal that more and more of this cost, if it repeats itself, will be carried by those areas that are more at risk, or even those who are more responsible for this cost. So I understand the legal advice that we can't do it.
Yep.
However, is there a chance that we could at least put something in our revenue and financing policy that suggests that going forward we might look at increasingly targeting those areas that are more at risk or even more responsible for this?
So I think the challenge would be there are so many natural hazards that everyone's at risk of different ones, and some people contribute, in inverted commas, to the risks in some but not others, and deciding which natural hazards different people are either contributing to, in your view, and or suffering from, and then aligning that with the actual event and the costs and the recovery. I'm just suggesting this is an annual plan. It sets the rate for next year. The long-term plan will reconsider all rates and the methodology behind them and the basis on which they're levied. And so that opportunity absolutely exists to reconsider, should the council wish to, through that process. And then no doubt the council, when it consults on its long-term plan, has the option of including other options in that consultation process. So this effectively sets, although it's the 5-year decision, because we're 1 year out from an LTP, the whole lot is up for renegotiation or redebate at that point. So I guess that's my advice in terms of where we sit today versus the broader conversations about risk and cost and rates.
Look, through the chair, I don't want this to be an innuendo back and forth, and I will stop after this. No, but we have had this, we have heard that side of things, but we also know, and we've heard from staff, that there are certain risks, flood risks, that are the biggest risks and by far outweigh other risks of natural disaster in our district, so that we know exactly which areas are most affected by that risk. And the only thing I'm saying, even though this is an annual plan, it sets a precedent. We are setting this rate up now, and the way we're setting that rate up now sends a signal to how this will probably be handled in the future.
You may be correct. Thank you. Point noted. So I've got Councillor Mayling, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Woods, Councillor Greening.
Right, well, I'm happy to move 5 and 6, and having sat around this table for a number of years, I've seen damage right across the district. I can think of where we lost a bridge in the Oriri, damage in Golden Bay, in Tata, Separation Point, damage in Marahau, damage in Motueka, and significant damage in Richmond, including a river going down our main street. So to say some places are more at risk than others, maybe, but we've seen it right around the whole district. Or a stream. It doesn't have to be a river. In Richmond, we had 1,000 houses that were affected by that event in 2013, including my own. And I was out on the Waimea Plains. So it goes right across the district. I think this is the fairest way to do it at this point in time. We will have a chance to reconsider it in the long-term plan. That's why I'm happy to move these two.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McNamara.
Happy to second. Given that we are overdue for an AF8 event, those people sitting on the hill with a fault line underneath them, I would consider just as risky as any flood event. I do, however, wish to just harp on about my favourite topic for a moment, because in 5.27 you're saying that if we depart from the consultation options, we would have to do a consultation, whereas in fact that very scenario happened over the dam, where a ratepayer submitted a merged option that wasn't consulted on, and that was the one we settled on. So in terms of could we have gone with a mixed option, I think we would be on shaky ground saying we could not.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McNamara. Point noted. Councillor Woods, then Councillor Butler.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I'm happy with this, but what I do want to make note of is that we do finalise the cost of the storm event, and that by the time 5 years is up and we've finished repaying it, that we've created the debt headroom attributed to the levy that we've imposed. So it's a fixed levy against a fixed event with a fixed amount, and at the end of the process, we have the debt headroom to show for it that could possibly be used for the next storm. I'm not saying we shouldn't pay for it, because I think we live here in the now. The storm happened in our jurisdiction and our timing, so I don't think we should be passing that cost off to future generations. They're going to have their own costs to deal with, their own storms. So happy with this, but I would like to see it ring fenced and against a fixed amount.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. Who's next? Councillor Greening and Councillor Butler.
Two points. One, just in response to the earlier comment, I think it was from Barry, in relation to what can be included and what can't be included. So I just want to clarify, because I imagine some people in the public will be wondering how resolutions 3 and 4 got in when they weren't consulted on fuel, and how they got added to a budget when they weren't consulted on fuel. So interested in that explanation. And then secondly, this proposal provides a uniform rate. I'm just wondering why this has been suggested, when I got the sense the overwhelming support was for a capital value, a more equitable approach.
So for clarification,
once I get those answers,
for clarification, I will come to somebody to comment on the fuel conversation versus the targeted rate conversation in terms of options and consideration. So who's going to answer that, Dwayne?
I'll have a stab. The reason for that is essentially it's exogenous to council. In other words, it's external. We don't have much of an influence. It wasn't a choice of council to create the fuel crisis, which escalated the 1.8, and there was a sort of a materiality assessment overlaid on top of that to make sure there wasn't. We didn't think we'd be breaching any sort of significance and engagement policy or LGA decision making process, and it did feed into the suggestion that staff have made to draw in some forestry revenues to bring the rates increase closer to 9.9, so that there isn't much of a material difference. That is why.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, I think Councillor Greening, was
uniform rate
versus capital value, and I was unclear whether your comment related to around the table or via the submissions.
By the submissions, and hence the resolution.
So if I go to the resolution, the submissions, so option 1, which I believe is the recommended option, was 42%. The other one that related to the fixed charge was 3%, and that was just to extend it ad infinitum into the future to build up a thing. So 42% was option 1, what we are discussing now. The other one, 19%, was to extend that further, which is 50 to 60 odd % of submissions, if you want to take submissions as your defining point. So I'm not quite clear how you got the conclusion that the majority supported capital value.
Well, the 2 points you've made don't actually address capital value as extending the period or uniform rate, and we had a number of submitters who spoke to capital value.
Yeah, I'm just reading out the submission numbers.
So it's not covered in the report.
Well, it is covered in the report.
Okay. Well,
anyway, but with that clarification.
But anyway, so I would like to move an amendment, which is to change the uniform rate to a capital
direct negative, so not accepting it.
Okay. Well, then I foreshadow a change to that. Then, if you because I thought I'm allowed to amend 1. It's not a direct negative to 3. It's just amending 4. Apparently, we can amend others, but we can't amend these.
No, well, you'll just have to rely on my jurisdiction as the chair to accept it or not. So I know it frustrates you,
but that is the job. Can I also just point out, So in general, there was a lot of discussion from submitters and in submissions. I mean, I'm talking oral submissions about the equity, and we debated around the table as well in terms of capital value. And I think the point is made quite fairly that there's also an element of risk. So I think if we're going to have a targeted rate that's uniform, I think that is unfair on those people who have low value, low disposable incomes, and they made mention of that. And some people who actually made oral submissions who are probably quite wealthy also supported a capital value approach to it for fairness around the whole community. I mean, this is a community orientated risk approach, and it would be fair to take a more capital value. If you take that kind of capital value approach, then you would actually say we probably don't need this targeted rate. We just add it into the general rate, which is already capital value orientated. So we already impose costs and financing of what we do in the community on the basis of capital value under the general rate. So why would we not extend it to this type of charge? So I'm forwarding an amendment and then a different resolution, and I will be voting against.
Thank you. So you are foreshadowing a subsequent resolution that is noted, and noting your voting against also noted. So we now have Councillor Butler.
Well, my points have been made, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
My points have been made generally too around the what was being sought. I don't support the 5-year program. It's in the APs primarily because I believe we need in the LTP to have the long-term discussion.
Yeah, so nothing in this resolution precludes that, because as an answer, well, it's the reverse point, but an answer to Councillor Neubauer's question, all rates and the basis for them is up for rediscussion. So should the council decide as part of the 10-year plan to extend the rate out further, which was one of the options consulted on, the council could then consult on that as part of the LTP.
So for clarification, can in that LTP process the council change that from whatever rate it is?
Correct. It can
up or down.
It can up and down, or remove, or change the basis.
Flexibility.
Correct. Yeah, there is. Yeah.
So
this is just ensuring we recover the cost for next year.
Well, I've got a problem with that too, because we to date we haven't reconciled that, and it's shifting. We haven't reconciled it.
And we're not.
We don't know what we're going to get.
Well, we do know that at a minimum it is 14 point.
No,
something.
Well, the figure was it's been running at 23, 26 now. We don't know whether it's in maintenance or capital. Management haven't provided that, so there's a lot of uncertainty around that discussion of what the number is.
So
it's not really appropriate to put a number up to.
So I think the number is in the annual plan, because we have to have the basis on which to collect the money and set the rate. So yes, there is further conversations around insurance, particularly around rivers and other issues. So it isn't finally resolved, but in terms of the money that we are effectively borrowing, or have borrowed, or have spent in lots of cases, this is simply recovering it initially for next year. The resolution covers the next 5, but that may be altered, amended, or changed as part of the LTP. So there is a figure. The money has been committed, or will be should the resolution pass, or has been. So I'm not sure how much more you expect sitting here today.
It's the uncertainty of what's being discussed here, because we've been told it's 15. We know it's closer to the cost is closer to 30. We don't know how it's being handled from an accounting point of view. I would suggest that we've got this resolution here, and probably it's going to cost more, and that we will raise it from debt too, or paid the bill from debt.
So the cost of the event and the amount we're recovering takes into account money we've received from other sources. So yes, the figures, without whether they're exact or not, so roughly half, give or take, has been recovered through NZTA, DI, so various sources that have contributed to the cost. The bit we are recovering is the difference between approximately 30. Well, I'm not sure you do.
We are raising a resolution here saying to the community, we want you to pay it 5 years, where I view that this is a long-term issue. And so
That point I note, but you have to start repaying it at some point, and so this is effectively the starting point.
Through the chair, it'll be the estimate is 14.6. I don't believe that's changed materially. It will
Correct.
be as accurate as it can be by Wednesday next week, because that's what we need to put into the annual plan. Yep.
Right, I think we have been around this significantly. If it's very brief, you have spoken once to the resolution, so.
Very briefly, I just want to note that I'm going to vote against this. We've had people at the hearing here in the chamber, low-income earners, that were in tears about what this is doing. And I think there's possibly quite a misunderstanding in the community about what a uniform rate actually does. So I will vote against this and would support Councillor Greening's amendment to capital value based rate.
If we get to the foreshadowed resolution, you can certainly second it should we get there. So we have a mover and seconder, Councillor Maley and Councillor McNamara. I would just highlight the fact that regardless of how you try and rate, my experience having been through the flood, visited an awful lot of properties and the people who own them, that in either scenario, some people with very limited means to pay would be massively impacted and potentially in tears from the capital value, just as the alternative applies. There is no easy, simple one way that keeps everybody happy or a solution that suits everybody's circumstances. It's just not possible. So with that, I'll come to Councillor Maley. Do you wish to have a right of reply? I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Against. Carried.
Against.
Hands up for those against, just so I can clarify and record if you wish to. So Butler, Morgan and Neubauer.
And Greening.
No,
sorry.
sorry, I'm for.
Okay,
I'm
all
for.
good. Greening, Morgan, Neubauer. Noted against. Thank you. Right, we will move on. So at this point, I will look for a mover to go into committee just to gain some information. Again, the reasons for going in are commercial and also negotiation. So I have a mover, Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor McNamara. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. For those members of the public who wish to remain and come back in, we will let you know this shouldn't take very long, he says, optimistically. So if you are happy to wait in the foyer, we will let you know as soon as the public part of the meeting reconvenes. Mark, Celia, Dave. Mark, thank you. Celia, thumbs up. Are you there? Yeah, hello. And so Dave appears to have dropped
I
off.
think we've lost Dave.
We may have lost Dave.
He's in Wellington, but he's going to come back in if he can.
Yep, it's all good. Cool. Right, so we'll just we will reconvene. Note Dave may well join back in once we get underway, so we'll just keep an eye on that. So effectively, we're back in the open meeting, and we are now discussing the component of the key proposals that relate to community facilities. There are three. We'll take the three separately in terms of the discussion. And
just point of order, Mr. Chair, did we decide on resolution 6? I thought it was only 5.
No, it was 5 and 6.
That's
5 and 6. Right. So we'll take them in order, and we will take them separately. So we will start with. Welcome back, Councillor Woods. So first, we'll take 7.1. Possibly doesn't need to be a huge amount of conversation about this one, but I am looking for a mover for 7.1.
Happy to move.
Moved Councillor Gully, seconded Councillor Greening. No one wants to debate this further. I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried.
Aye.
Thank you. And so second up, we have Waimea South facilities. So just for clarity, it does refer to two components, which are connected but not necessarily linked. And so I'll open that up for both questions, conversation, and or moving and seconding. Not necessarily what is contained up there, but potentially an alternative. Councillor McNamara.
So I'm happy to move that we continue the Brightwater section of the facilities, given that it's largely maintenance and slightly enhancing what's there. It's not stuff that needs doing. In terms of the Wakefield component, I would like to move that it goes into the long-term plan discussion.
So pause and defer.
Pause and defer.
So if we get that wording, so continue the bright. So just what's that? Nothing's been moved, so there is no direct negative to something that hasn't been moved. So Councillor Green, just move continue the Brightwater facility and pause and defer.
Can we please show it on screen, please?
Yeah, we will. I'll read it out as well. So you could probably just put continue the Brightwater facility and pause and defer Wakefield Community Hub. Happy with that wording?
Happy with that wording?
Just so it's consistent with the other one to the next long-term plan.
Yep. Yeah, so two, just, yeah. So 2, yeah, cool, thanks, Kelsey. Okay, so that's been moved and moved Councillor McNamara, seconded Councillor Kinnermont.
Happy to second. Yep. Okay.
It's already been seconded, but thank you for the offer. Open up for further questions and or comments, Councillor Kinnermont. He'll have his right of reply as well.
Yeah, sorry. I think this is a good solution for a group of people who need a new facility in Wakefield. The issue has been is that the focus has been on an area where it is subject to issues. I think they're now looking at a plan B, alternative plan, it will probably better suit the community overall. So that's why I'm supporting it. And as far as Brightwater goes, they are long overdue for it, and they are needing it. If you go into the hall, you'll see how much it is in dire need of work. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnemont. So it's been moved and seconded. It's open for any further comments or queries and or speaking to the resolution. Obviously, Councillor Greening and Councillor Neubauer.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it. I think, as Dean's already acknowledged, the maintenance is for Brightwater and consistent with our concerns around our financial position. We should be pausing and deferring so we can get a clear picture on what our financial position is in the long-term plan. We regularly are told that staff do not have sufficient time to make cost savings and to give us that kind of analysis. So we're expecting that now in the long-term plan, although I think we should be receiving it throughout this next financial year period to do that. And I think the same question will probably arise with the Motueka pool as well. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarity, when we say defer to the long-term plan, yes, in effect, the long-term plan discussion is in train now. And so over the course of the next 6 or so months, it will be subject to the conversation, as you pointed out. It's not that it'll only be considered again right at the LTP discussion. We will have to throw it into the mix of all the many other things we're trying to balance over that period of time. Councillor Neubauer and then Deputy Mayor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the new shape of this resolution, I was wondering whether staff could give us a quick update again on what the community feedback was on the Brightwater component.
Through Mr. Mayor. So we received 43 submissions providing feedback on the Waimea South Facilities project overall. And in terms of the quick poll results for the Brightwater Facilities upgrade, there were 559 votes from 475 contributors, with 27% supporting continuing Brightwater Facilities upgrade and 73% wanting to pause the project.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Murray.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'm happy to support, happy is not the word. I will support the resolution as it is based on the additional information that we received in terms of some other options that may be available. So in terms of my support for community facilities for Wakefield are still there, but in terms of picking that conversation up through the long-term plan, I'm supportive of.
Thank you. Councillor Ferniho, Councillor Ellis, Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, and through the Mayor. I know that Deputy Mayor Maru just said the same, but I would like to also put my support behind the hubs as a whole. But I also agree that pausing and deferring to the next long-term plan is our best course of action at this moment.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis, then Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this as well, but my concern is about the input that the community's already put into this project so far. So what is going to be our communication? Do we have some plan of communication with that community to make sure that their needs are met, and how we're going to proceed with this going forward?
So when the decision is public, obviously we'll talk to. We have an ongoing relationship with the team out there, so we'll just continue what we're doing. We'll meet them quite regularly.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Mr. Mayor, I'm supportive of the resolution. There's two aspects I was wondering about. The first one was the discussion here is in terms of the planning process with the community, are we just commenting on their thoughts, or are we giving them guidance, whether it be through management or the councillors, aspirations of them, for instance, being together on their project?
The latter. So we're trying to work closely with the community.
So that's our general approach. Okay, the second question was the Brightwater facility. What's the AP budget now then for this AP year? Where does it stand? And presumably we're making savings?
through the chair, was that specifically in relation to the Wakefield part?
So
No,
the Brightwater
we-
component of the Wakefield
Yeah,
South facility,
yeah.
which is the bit that is
Yeah.
to be continued.
So in the Appendix 1, it has the capital budgets for the total project and for next year. The Wakefield portion is 3.594 million and the Brightwater portion is 1.23 million.
So the 1.23 is to be invested this year or over 2 years?
So that's the it's about 2/3 of the total budget for Brightwater. 2/3 next financial year and the following, I think, in the following years.
Okay, it's still, that's not actually in the AP year. This is,
The 1.2 million is in the annual plan.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you. Is there anything further on this before sorry, Councillor Maley, and then I'll come back to Councillor McNamara.
Just briefly, when you look at these community facilities, we need to remember where the funding comes from. And that's RFCs that we have collected to do community projects and things on our reserves. It's not a burden on the rates because it's RFCs. The only thing RFCs do is they reduce our debt because we use it for debt reduction.
So for clarity, I think all of these projects have a component of RSCs.
That's right.
A component of community fundraising and a component of council rate, which, coming back to Councillor McNamara's earlier point, is recovered through the community facilities rates mechanism, which is a across the board, but it is a fixed rate. So there is a component of each of them that is rating impact.
So to me, we just need to remember that because some people think that RFCs can just be used for reducing debt. That's not what they're for. So going forward, they have to be spent in this way on community facilities. And I think for one of the projects, Richmond had offered to help another area. Yeah. So I just think that's very, very important because it sends a message to the communities that we support these because they have to raise a significant amount of money. So, I think it's very sad if we have to pause this, but I can see the reasons behind it. But it is very important to remember, and the message that we send to our communities is we do support them for these community projects going forward. And if it goes into the long-term plan, that's fine, but we remember what those RFCs are for.
I think one of the advantages of the LTP conversation will be that actually the way they are currently proposed to be funded, which is a mix and utilising RFCs depending on the outcome of each of the conversations, different wards may wish to consider how they use their RFCs to fund a greater or lesser proportion, but potentially greater if there are less projects being funded collectively. And the LTP is the place to sort that out and have the conversation about RFCs that have been collected and whether the council needs to demonstrate they're being used for the purpose that they were collected. Councillor Neubauer, and then I'll come to Councillor McNamara for his right of reply.
Just a quick question on the operational expenditure. Am I right to assume that because this project is mainly about maintenance, that the increase in OPEX will be fairly minimal?
I can try and answer that. I suspect that it probably will be. The hall currently has a cost and is quite a cost of maintenance and upkeep because of the state it is currently. So an investment coming back to the renewals versus, although it is capital, it is largely a renewal of an existing facility. One of the parts of that facility is managed separately to us. The hall is managed by us. We're in the midst of a project. The scaffolding I see is already up to put solar paneling and redo the roof and put solar panels on the roof of the Brightwater Hall. So that should minimise the ongoing operational costs. So, yep.
That's what I want to hear.
Yes, and just to add on to that, the solar panels are no cost to us. It's government funded.
Excellent. Good news all round. So hard to come by these days. Councillor McNamara.
Good news for one community. However, I'm pleased that you're all supportive of the Wakefield project, and as has been raised, the significant amount of money has been raised in reserve financial contributions. And Wakefield in particular has grown maybe 3 times the size it was in the last 20 years, 15, 20 years. And we haven't spent any of that money in Wakefield. We have spent it in Motueka on a library. Lakes Murchison, all those things benefited, perhaps even Golden Bay, and even the Mootree, which is in our ward, but didn't really benefit Wakefield or Brightwater, where the growth has happened. So in the long-term plan discussion, I will be moving that perhaps we will be contributing more of our RFCs towards the project than expecting the community to find so much. But in terms of the current location, I didn't support that because of the issues with inundation and access and everything else. And I think we need to have more of a discussion about that. So I'm happy that we move it out a year, or into the next iteration of discussion and come up with hopefully a better plan. But I will certainly be pushing hard that we get more of our money, as some of the submitters commented on the fact that Wakefield is well overdue for a bunch of money that we've raised.
Okay, thank you. So that is Councillor McNamara's right of reply. Good points, noted. I will look to put resolution relating to item 7.2. Everyone clear what we are voting on? All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried?
Aye.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So, the easiest of the 3 resolutions in front of us, not item 7.3.
Yeah.
So, currently that is the suggestion in the resolution. I will come to Deputy Mayor Maru. So it's open for conversation / discussion / moving and seconding something.
Thank you through the Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I certainly left home this morning coming here to advocate strongly that the Motueka pool was the most important thing to discuss today, and the project that I was going to ask you to strongly consider and support. Unfortunately, when we went into confidential, we got extra information that in excess of another potential $3 million is in front of the project in terms of services to that site. It's at that point, I guess, I have to take away my absolute support, my compassion for community facilities, and make a decision that's one of governance, and one that I'm elected here to make, that are uncomfortable at times. So in doing so, I will move that we pause and defer the Motueka Pool project as planned, and to the next long-term plan. And I'll pick some other stuff up at the right of reply.
Okay, thank
Happy
you.
to second.
Yep, all right, just calm down. Oh my gosh, everyone's so excited now about seconding stuff willy-nilly. I'll come to Councillor Walker, who had her hand up in advance of everyone else jumping in to second the resolution.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through Mayor. I will be seconding it, which is really hard for me because, as you would know, I did a passionate plea not long ago about keeping the pool in Motueka. But in light of additional information that we received today, some of us yesterday, and the surprise elements that come with that, there is a strong likelihood that my community would then have to come up with more community contributions. Not too sure how we're going to find the 4.4 as it was. That potentially would be increasing. So we sit here now looking at what are alternative sites to build a facility. So, which to me would create a whole different lot of designs. So yes, I'm having to pause and defer our much longed and waited for pool.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. So it's been moved and seconded. Again, it's open for further comments, but don't feel you need to have to. We have still a number of things to work through in the rest of this agenda. What we will need to do, however, based on this, is understand, and I'm sure people are doing the calculations now because there were costs attached to this, and that will affect that 10.5, 11.3 / 9.9 conversation. So I'm assuming someone's doing calculations to inform us of what this might mean should it pass. Backing up the 2 previous comments, I think the important thing is pause and defer. And that doesn't mean that, and we certainly want to send the signal to those who are working hard on the fundraising that this is not a stop. There are a number of things we are going to have to work through. The additional cost relates specifically to the site that has currently been considered and may not be as significant should other options open up. The council staff, and feel free to confirm this, confident in terms of the construction price, that remains within the budget that has been allocated. So the physical construction of the pool itself and associated structures. The cost escalation / increase relate to services and associated costs. They remain costs. They have to be considered and brought in. But I think it's important that we send the message that for the foreseeable period, as we consider, and as Councillor Greening already pointed out, that isn't, we're not waiting until the LTP decision. These will be conversations that will be ongoing between now and then, and hopefully providing more clarity. So I think that's important to acknowledge as part of the decision, that the resolution that's been moved and seconded.
Can we view the resolution on screen, please?
I'll read it out to you. Pause and defer the Motueka Pool project to the next long-term plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Kinnemont, then Councillor Morgan.
I haven't got a question per se, but more of a statement around, I've been dealing with the two community project chairs of the groups of Wakefield and Motueka Pool, seeking to get feasibility studies. I'm sorry, I haven't been to our own staff, I've been to the chairs of these committees. And our repeated attempts, they've always come back either not answering the question or not providing what I'm after, which I would have thought helped me to make a decision around the table today. So it's a plea to maybe the staff, but also the volunteer committees who are working out there. If you've got a feasibility study, if you've got a business plan, please be prepared to share it with the people who are making the decisions around the table.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kinnemont. Councillor Morgan, and then I'll look to come back to the mover for his right of reply.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in support of the 7.3. Having said that, I'd just like to pick up on Kit's corridor about how these are paid, because it's not quite clear to me how the financial system works. There's three parties that pay, as we've heard. Where there is significant design funding budgets required to get to yes or no, who pays for that?
John.
We'll fund that, won't we? Yeah, council will fund that.
I thought you would say that, Mr. Mayor, so I think it's very prudent that we take this approach and we understand the alternative sites. Thank you.
Just to round out that, so that funding that's provided, can that be provided via RFCs, or is it in the rates funding bucket? And does that have a relationship to the certainty that the project has in terms of its location in the long-term plan?
In all honesty, need to come back to you with a proper answer. I have talked to Matt about this in the past. My recollection is we are mixing the share from rates funded debt and RFCs, but please don't hold me to that. He's not here to answer the question, so I'll try to get an answer before we can't close out.
That's fine. Thank you. Righto. Just before I come back to Deputy Mayor Murray, I would just like to highlight one of the challenges that the Motueka Pool faces, slightly different to the other conversations, is it doesn't have a pool of RFCs to fall back on. And so when we're having a conversation about growth and development and where it happens and what infrastructure we fund and all of those other things, what this conversation highlights is that in an area where you have had minimal growth, there are implications far beyond the simple fact of providing houses and places for people to live and work and supporting the economy and all those good things, because it does have an impact on community facilities that are related to the ability of the population in those locations to support them. So when we're considering Motueka's future and what we invest in infrastructure and how much is growth and how much is renewals, just bear in mind the biggest challenge that Motueka faces is it doesn't have the benefit of the growth-related RFCs that both Richmond and Muthuri-Waimea have. So with that, I'll come across to
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I guess, short and brief is that on behalf of me, but on behalf of council, I just want to acknowledge the work of Ross and the committee of the Motueka Pool Committee. I guess from my personally, I want to apologise in terms of where we've ended up today, but we sit here making decisions that we have to make decisions based on the information we have, and whilst I will drive home nervously and probably avoid the pub on Friday, I know in my heart that this decision is the best decision at this stage. In saying that, I also acknowledge that the Motueka community continue to pay targeted rates for facilities throughout the districts and have never complained that I've heard about that. And we will hope that we will get some support back in here in terms of when it's tidied up where a potential site is, where we're back in that envelope that we had a level of comfort with. Thank you to John and your staff for the work you've been doing behind a complex project and the work you've got. I guess delivering bad news isn't the most favourite part of your role, but I'm probably more glad you delivered it before we made a decision that may have had an impact. So to hear the news we heard after this decision wouldn't have been appropriate at all. So for that, I say thank you. And yeah, let's have this conversation through the long-term plan. And again, just thank you to the many sausage sizzles, the fundraisers, the people that have tirelessly worked on this project.
Yeah, just before I put the resolution, Amy, I just want to clarify one thing in relation to submissions.
Yes, I do. Just a matter to note for the minutes. So the Motueka Youth Council submission, ID 35355, we understand this was actually a personal submission and it doesn't reflect the views of the Motueka Youth Council.
Okay, thank you. So that's just clarification for the minutes because it's been raised, so just getting it technically correct. I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? The resolution is carried. Do we have a bit of an understanding of what that means in terms of where we are overall financially? Because I note that a couple of these other ones, particularly the next one that relates to funding of depreciation, which will then obviously impact on our final conversation when we get to that section in relation to finalising the plan, will
through the
potentially be impacted by the decisions we've just made.
Yeah, through the chair. So the Paul is going to be looking into essentially what you've taken out is $9.36 million of the capital budget mixed from 3 different funding sources. So it's not 100% rates funded. It's a slightly complicated thing. Paul will be looking into it. What it will do is reduce net debt by 9.36 for the forthcoming year. So whatever the figure we have in here, I think it's 319. That'll be more like 310. But the rates impact is less clear just because of what I mentioned before. So we'll hope to, by the time you get there, give you some estimate. And I'm going to work on some resolutions that are approximate with the final number to be confirmed.
Thank you very much. So with that understanding, that at the very least the direction will be down to the extent to which remains to be sorted out because of the mix of funding sources. Councillor Greening.
Thank you for providing that information. Can we also have a running calculation on the net debt cap as well as the net debt? I had actually asked for this in a table well before the meeting and still haven't been provided it.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. So because of the relationship between the rates figure and the net debt cap figure, will be affected by the rates number that we come up with. So I'll leave that with council staff to consider. Right, so we're at item 8, in relation to funded depreciation for roading assets. Open for conversation. Councillor Mailing and Councillor Neubauer.
Is there?
Yep, Councillor Mailing and then Councillor Neubauer.
I'm happy to move this. It does get us to full depreciation for roading in a couple of years, but it just slows it a fraction. So I'm happy because I think originally we talked about 18 and then during our discussions we went to a midpoint of 21. So happy to move.
So it's moved. Councillor Neubauer.
Just for my clarification, if our preference was to stick with the original schedule for depreciation, we would basically just vote against this and strike out that part of the resolution.
You would vote against this, yes.
and then remove, do we need an amendment or would we just remove that part?
So for clarification around process, so if this was lost and not replaced by anything specific, would we revert to the original proposal, which was to fund it at what percentage? Can someone remind me? 24?
Through the chair, so the long-term plan assumes 24%. Through the various iterations, we went down from 18 then to 21, but reverting back to the long-term plan means 24%.
Okay, so everyone clear? So it has been, sorry, Councillor Graining.
Can we have a dollar value as well, please?
Yes, that's included in the consultation document. So if we reverted back to 24% for 26-27, it would increase rates by a further 0.5% and reduce debt by 650,000.
And the 0.5% is a dollar figure? Yeah, ish. 650K ish. Okay, so we're clear. 21 has been moved. 24 is the position should it be lost. The cash figure is roughly $650,000. So yes, Councillor Neubauer.
Yep, so under these circumstances, I'm very clear. I'm going to vote against this resolution simply because I think we need to keep up with our schedule. In fact, I believe we should be paying 100%, 49% in this case, of our depreciation. Otherwise, we're putting things on the credit card.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved. Is there a seconder for the resolution contained in the agenda? If not, lapses for one of a seconder. Someone want to move an alternative? You could just move. Councillor Neubauer? You could just move that it's 24. If you wish to, or you could.
Yep, absolutely.
That's probably 49 might be pushing your luck, but 24, which is back
Go with
to
24.
Okay, so moved. Is there a seconder?
Happy to second.
Councillor McNamara, is there debate around it? Yes, you can speak to your seconding, and then I'll come to Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, not that I want to drive up rates, but when I learned that, well, trying to get my head around the depreciation thing, originally I thought we were like saving up for assets that were wearing out. No, then I thought we were actually using the money as we go for maintaining the roads. No, we're actually paying off debt with it. So, so, right, we're not even paying debt off, we're paying the interest on the debt. So, yeah, I agree with Councillor Neubauer that we need to get on top of it.
Cool, seconded. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I've got the same concern as Councillor Dean around how the funds are used. It's quite clear we're not getting renewals because it's paying the interest on capital. That's clear. And I support the notion of 100% commitment, the 49%. Having had a view of the detail just the other day and the further breakdown of the detail, it appears from the advice that our actually roading system is in reasonable state, because I think it said 8% was of extremely poor quality. So whilst we need to be going there, if we did it at the 6.5 that's in the papers, depreciating at 6.5%, it's going to take us 16 years to do the program. If we did it at half of this, from the numbers I read, it's going to take us 30 years. So it's a balance between the 15 and the 30 years, and what's the appropriate, journey out of this to get to the 49. So that's all I would say. We need to lift it, but we need to have it relative to where the assets are at and actually the program. And I'm not sure we're quite there with the work that's come through to us.
Okay, and I think there will be more work, more information provided around the relationship between growth, renewals, capital investment and depreciation as we work through the LTP conversations, which will hopefully help clarify where we sit in relation to all of those things. So it's been moved and seconded, and there's been a couple of comments. If there's nothing further, I'll come back to the mover for his right of reply.
Yeah, I would just like to say maybe we should take the word slow out of out of there and just call it fund depreciation.
214? No, I don't support that.
So, you get well ahead of our maintenance investment. Councillor Fernahoe.
We just need an A on the end of Councillor McNamara's name as seconder.
Okay, thank you. I'll put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Against? And against. Would you like it recorded? Councillors Walker and Ellis. Okay, thank you. Next up is item 9. So fees and charges has some notes around suggested alterations and changes. We could do 9 and 10. Looking again for a mover and or seconder, or comments or questions that anyone has in relation to those two items. Move Deputy Mayor Maru. Is there a seconder? 9 and 10. Councillor Kinnamonth, McNamara and Neubauer.
I'm not too sure whether I bring this up at 9 or 10 or below it, but my topic was about the bulk water supply submission. That was from the supplier who said that they're paying something like about...
The bulk water supply cost.
Is that here or further down?
Probably response to submissions. Yeah, response to submissions. So been moved. Is there happened a second? Seconded Councillor Kinnamonth, Councillor McNamara and then Councillor Neubauer.
Yeah. So I'm happy to vote for what we've got there, but I'd like to flag that going into the long-term plan discussion, I'd be interested in looking at the what our neighbours are doing in terms of allowing people to access their own files and we don't get in the middle. So just flagging that.
Yep. So will that be picked up in the commentary around and for the LTP? So effectively, that was a submitter saying that in other, I think both Nelson and Marlborough, but certainly in Marlborough, the information is digitally available. They go into the thing, they download it, they take responsibility for ensuring they get it all, and then they supply it. So I think that's what Councillor McNamara would like us to look into. So thank you for that, Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Councillor. That was exactly my question.
Yeah.
Excellent.
My question was, in our IT strategy, are we actually doing that?
Are we actually doing what?
The property system that's online and accessible to the community.
So that precisely what Councillor Neubauer and Councillor McNamara agreed on is that we will look into how it's done elsewhere and whether we can follow suit.
Yeah, but my significant IT program, I was wondering if it was part of it.
It will come out in the conversation about what other people do and are we able to do the same thing? Yes. Thank you. I'll put those resolutions. All in favour, please.
I've got my hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Greening. My apologies.
I had it up at the very start.
Yes, yes. Apologies, Councillor Greening.
That's all right. I missed out on moving a resolution.
I'm sorry.
So it's okay. I was going to foreshadow. I'm now going to have to foreshadow a different resolution. I won't be voting for this resolution. This resolution is effectively proposing a 7% increase in fees and charges. I'm foreshadowing that actually it should be increased by 3% CPI, and therefore the increases that are in that would be scaled down to fund to 3%, acknowledging the instructions that are there, and I've sent my foreshadowed resolution to the TDC governance team.
Cool.
That's why we're voting against this.
Good as gold.
Number of the public have again emphasised cost of living increases. 7% is above the CPI adjustment. and we should be working towards an affordable council. And yes, this might mean that we will have to also incentivise some cost reductions as part of doing this and reducing, if we get to that, the rates increase to an affordable level as well. So I'm just indicating that as well. So I don't agree with the 7%, and I'm foreshadowing a 3%.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. Councillor Butler.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the submissions about the working dog fees, and I would like us to be able to look again at that, maybe through the long-term plan. If I know it is under the Dog Control Act, but I think time was too short to be able to look at any adjustments there. But the situation is, was from my point of view, is acknowledged.
Okay, thank you. Noted. So just for clarity, so the process is, should this resolution pass and be part of the overall resolution, that we advertise these changes or notify them as according to the resolution in accordance to the Dog Control Act. But at that point, it is a notification process, not a decision one.
Yeah, we have to let them know a month beforehand, but the registration fees are the same as last year anyway.
Correct. And then, yes, it can, like everything else, be reconsidered as part of the long-term plan. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Unless the mover wishes to have a mover and or seconder right of reply. If not, I'll put those resolutions. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried.
Against, recorded, please.
Noted. Councillor Greening. Was there someone else as well? Councillor Walker. Right, the next section relates to responses to submissions. There are a number of them here. They are largely noting there is a decline. The rest are either requests and or notes. One is even notes in principle. So again, I'm happy to take them all if someone wishes to move them all. Councillor Gully has moved items 11 to 17. Is there a seconder? Councillor Mailing. It is open for questions, comments and or feedback. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you. I noticed in our updated capital program there was a sum of $25,000 put against the Motueka Heritage Wharf restoration. Would that be affected by the Motueka Community Board's Special Projects Fund?
Amy?
Thank you, through the Mayor. My understanding is there's no capital budget allocated specifically for the Heritage Wharf project. It will be under the wider coastal assets budget. Michael might be able to clarify further.
John and or Michael.
So the board discussed this, the community board, and so if you note there's a paper going to the board for, it won't be 25k. It was the remaining amount in special project, so it might not be the full amount of 25k, but it'll be a contribution from the board.
Does that mean that 25k in the capital program that we are agreeing here today is a provisional number?
Well, it needs to be removed because the board is, it needs to come out.
Do we need to vote to take that out?
Michael?
For Michael's benefit, you might just want to repeat the question, because I think it was working.
An item in the capital budget, I take it it's under wharfs and, is that where it's at? Of coastal wharves and structures?
No, it's specifically to the Motueka Heritage Wharf restoration.
Yes, that is in the list. That is in your information.
And the question now is, does it need to remain there, given this resolution? And so the answer is no. Okay, so it can come out. Just, I'm getting quizzical looks. I want to make sure. Yeah, it's $25,000. The grand scheme of things, not humongous, but it's important to
through the chair. So the Appendix 1 only lists the budgets, not the funding sources. The combination, I believe, of the two resolutions, and I must admit I should have brought my glasses, I'm having trouble seeing out there, but that it effectively means that if that is the capital budget $25,000, and I think Michael confirmed it is intended to cover that, then it means the funding for that will come from the community board rate. So I would advise leaving it in for that reason.
So it stays in the capital budget line. It is the same $25,000 that would be approved or part thereof, subject to how much they have left in their special projects fund. So we can leave it in, and it's not doubling up, which I think is the key question.
It absolutely answers my question.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Anything for Councillor McNamara? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Thank you. So, in terms of the 88 Valley Water Scheme, so any considerations there around how it's all charged that's going to come to us for further decision? Yes.
Michael.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So over the next year, we'll be working on how 88 Valley will come into the scheme and how we charge for that. And it'll be part of the fees and charges for the LTP.
Excellent, thank you. In 15, we're declining this request for the, I don't know, is it the 10th year now? So it's been going on for a while. And one of the reasons is that we're afraid that it's going to set a precedent. I'm kind of wondering how that's different to, now I've lost it, it's the next one I think, on the stormwater request, given that we have many other places in Motueka, Wakefield that get flooded, how we came to that decision.
Who's going to comment on that? Because is there anyone from roading specific? Because effectively, I assume it's a recommendation from the roading. John, who is ostensibly representing roading, is run out of the room. Which
excellent.
So, Amy.
Thank you, through the Mayor. So there is quite a good summary provided by Jamie and John in the report regarding this request of Tasman View Road.
Just give me the page, Amy, quickly.
So I don't have page numbers. It's paragraph 5.86. So it talks about council's current policy in regards to requests for maintaining unmaintained roads, providing that landowners may be required to meet those costs. There is a list of around 15 requests from people to maintain roads, and that if we were to if they were to meet the costs of the upgrade requirements, and then the ongoing operational cost would be around 100k per annum in terms of additional maintenance to cover that 34 kilometre of road under those 15 requests. So yes, the staff advice was to decline this specific request, given there's also 14 other requests in our list. In terms of the stormwater improvements, David Stevenson has advised that that work has already been budgeted for and is underway.
Okay, so therein lies the difference.
It's one of those lottery things that we heard about.
Yeah, I think the issue of unmaintained roads, and this inevitably will come back to us, given the history that Councillor McNamara referred to as part of the LTP, and we may have to have, and I can't remember us going through the 14 different roads and discerning whether or not they are the same or different. A number of them may be dead-end roads, go only to properties. Others may connect to places and will be at wider public interest. So I suspect as part of the LTP, having a conversation about the various roads where people have requested us to take over maintenance is probably the appropriate place to have that conversation.
Down in our work schedule of works, the Dovedale water supply has a figure of, now I've got to find what the columns mean. So the draft annual plan is 3 million. The annual plan is 2 million, and it's in pink, which would indicate it's going the wrong way.
Apologies from me, that should be a green.
Should be a green. We like green. Just a question around the Bort Creek extension through the state highway. Am I reading that right? There's 2 bridges required?
Long term, yes. There's one on
Long-term
State
there is.
Highway 60 and one on Highway 6. Mike, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, so the State Highway 6, which is one we sort of started a couple of years ago and then put it on hold, and in the process of finishing off the one on State Highway 60.
Okay. Another question I have was in terms of Kingsland Forest, and just wondering whether that's the kind of priority that we're putting the money involved in. It's a significant sum of money.
So this is the changing it from changing it from plantation forestry to permanent forest cover. Part of that project. Who wants to cover that? And how is it funded?
Some of it is RFC funded. Probably all of it, to be honest.
So RFC funding. Richmond councillors have obviously thought that's a great idea.
Good for them.
Indeed.
It still fix our debt situation, but anyway.
And that you probably want to lobby to use your RFCs for a certain project in the LTP, and that will. Yeah, I know. But, you know. Right. Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through Mayor. I'm just going back to a little bit more information that Councillor McNamara brought up about Tasman View Road junction with Harley Road. So you said that there's 14 others requesting around the unmaintained roads. How many of those 14 actually have residents that are going to front with the money to help with it? Any? Where's our roading team?
We don't have that information or anyone here that can speak to that.
Because I guess for me that's the key pivotal point, is that you've actually got buy-in from these residents. Anyway, that aside, the actual reason I was putting my hand up to speak prior to Councillor McNamara pricking something in my little brain is in the response to submissions, I didn't see any response there from the submissions, of which we got quite a few, which came to Ledger Ave, Goodman Road area. And I'm just wondering, in this annual plan, is there assurance that the pump station there that clearly had massive challenges in the June-July weather events, and we have put a new carbon filter in, do we have is there in the annual plan ongoing maintenance to secure that area so that it's hygienic, that we're not going to have a massive blowout again? Thanks.
Mike.
That was an extreme event. That pump station is fit for purpose, is up to standard. It has been and always has been maintained. We had a blip in January when a carbon filter failed, and we could not get a replacement for over a month. That was replaced. At the same time, we took the opportunity to recalibrate the hydrogen sulfide sensor. We repositioned the sensor and we adjusted the operating levels. Since then, there have been no issues with odour from that site. As to the overflows, we know there's a stormwater issue in Motueka. You're going to get land overflows, secondary flow paths being used, and yes, you will get overflow and at times wastewater mixed with those stormwater overflows. But that comes back to the capacity of the network and the events that we are facing nowadays. We don't intend any other work on that pump station other than routine maintenance over the next year.
And so routine maintenance and upkeep of the current pump station is budgeted. The capacity of the wastewater system and the wastewater pump station is adequate. The stormwater issues is another question. And okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Councillor Neubauer and then Councillor Greening.
Councillor Walker's concern about resident buy-in is also my concern. but in a different area. And I'm not an expert when it comes to rural water schemes, but what I am hearing from our residents is that we might have an issue. We have schemes at 88 Valley, Redwood Valley, Dovedale, all of which seem to be affected by the local water done well legislation and becoming increasingly expensive for the users. So much so that some are saying to us that it's too expensive for them to participate. Before we invest heavily into these schemes, are we actually doing the business case, and have we got a threshold at which point we say we're better off abandoning these schemes?
Mike.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We cannot abandon schemes. In fact, we might be given other schemes that the locals cannot handle. We are the water supply of last resort, and we are legally obligated to upgrade those schemes to the standard as long as people are using those schemes. We cannot cut someone off from the scheme.
So even if there was one person left using the scheme, we would have to maintain the entire scheme if everybody else has already checked out.
I don't know if that's been tested.
But we're rapidly heading in that direction, aren't we?
We have got waiting lists on each of our schemes, depending which part of the scheme has got people waiting to use it. Yes, Dovedale scheme, we have lost, I think, about 10% or 15% of our users on there. Most of them have actually reduced usage. They haven't actually disconnected from the scheme.
So I think the point you make is a good one. The challenge around rural water schemes is absolutely a challenge. The point Mike makes is equally relevant, i.e. actually the problem becomes worse if other rural residential schemes that are currently managed by the residents in those schemes determine that they are unable to meet the requirements and or standards. They can effectively come to us and say, here it is. Now, we have a whole lot of options over then how we charge and how we rate and how we recover the money, but it potentially becomes a issue for us to manage. So both points are equally, I guess, relevant. And as we, again, go through the LTP, quite how we resolve some of these issues will be a significant part of that. Because we have some obligations and commitments legislatively, but we also know that the cost is becoming an impediment for some users.
Point taken. I'm just noticing we're already committing quite a bit of money towards these schemes in this annual plan. I just wonder whether there's any way to pause that and actually have these discussions beforehand.
We also have some quite tight timeframes on some of them, particularly to meet the standard that Taumata ROI has required of us. Mike.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So we've just got the 88 Valley and the Redwoods to now meet the compliance by the end of June next year. However, Dovedale, we know we're not going to meet that compliance deadline. So we are in the process of putting forward a works program to them, applying for an extension of time. And then after that, most of our schemes should be up to or be able to comply with the legislation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greening.
Thank you. I would like to respond to Resolution 15, and also I'm proposing an addition, an amendment to the resolutions as well, which is an additional 18, I think it is. So my first resolution is 15. I actually think it's not precedent setting. We take it on a case by case basis. And so the wording I'm suggesting is notes that staff will enter into negotiations for a fair contribution towards enabling the section of Tasman Review Road from the junction with Harley Ridge to the lookout to be capable of future road maintenance. I personally don't see precedent setting. The parties have come to the party with a funding proposal, which I think they were even pushed to increase after the Mayor pushed them a little bit. So they're very keen, I think, to come to the party. We should be negotiating, and that proposal can come back to council for an approval or not. And I think we should be treating it as a case-by-case approach. It's certainly not precedent setting. So that's my clause 15 amendment, which would replace what's currently there. And then I have a clause 18 amendment. So I just wonder if anyone wants to second the first one, clause 15.
So just so you don't overstep. So yes, I will look to see if someone wishes to second your original amendment in relation to amending item 15. And given that I will rule it as not a direct negative because it doesn't agree to fund, it sets out a process to consider. If there is a seconder, I will take it. There is not a seconder. Your second amendment?
Is to add a note that says notes that the proposed increases to operational costs for employee remuneration and overheads are not approved for funding.
Yeah, okay. Yep, that's.
So we haven't got yet to the rates increase, so I can note it.
Noting not approved is preempting a decision that hasn't been made. I don't think you can note a not approval.
All these notes are supposing the rates increase.
Again, I'm not accepting that as an amendment to the resolution. When we get to finalising the annual plan, you're welcome to have a discussion about employee expenses and costs as part of that, but not under this item. So.
No, it's noted, it doesn't actually.
Right. So we have the mover and seconder of 11 to 17. There's nothing for. Oh, Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you. Through the Mayor. I raised it before, and this is now the appropriate time to discuss bulk water suppliers. They're not mentioned in any of these notes here. So what does that mean? Are they just falling through a crack, or what are we doing about them?
So in terms of response to submissions, do you want to just go to the appropriate paragraph? And then I'll come to Mike potentially to add to.
The paragraph is 5.63.
So in terms of there is a paragraph relating to it, is your, what precisely is your question? Do you want information over and beyond that potentially?
Where is the submission up there? Sorry, I'm missing it.
So, item 5.63. Mike, is there anything you want to add in relation to bulk water charges that isn't covered in that paragraph?
I'm sorry, I'm just winding myself back up again. I was in sleep mode. The computer was. I quickly can't find it, but essentially we've had someone or other who seems to be hamstrung with bureaucracy that could only go to one or two selected spots to get bulk water. They were paying 3 times the amount of water it would get through the tap of the house.
So do you want to clarify the way that? Yep. So I think it would be useful to clarify the way that it is charged and how it relates to household consumption.
Okay, so thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we used to give people for $1,200 a year. They used to get a upstand, and they could then pay per cubic meter, which was the same cubic meter rate that we charged our water. With the new legislation coming, any population over 500 people, we're not allowed to use bulk upstands anymore. So we've got to install bulk filling stations, and we've installed two in Motueka and one down next to the treatment plant, and we're trying to find a site for a third one in Brightwater or Wakefield. So we charge them. We don't charge them a line charge like we do for the on-demand metered rates. We calculate it out into a rate including the extra equipment they need to supply at a bulk filling station and be able to record that and send invoices to them. So they have a small charge that covers the ownership of the tag. They tag in, and their rate is double, just so happens coincidentally be double the price of what we charge per cubic meter of water. But if you take the cubic meter of water, if a person uses that a year, and they pay their service charge, it comes out about the same rate total. So you can't really be comparing the cubic meter rate for bulk filling with the cubic meter rate for on demand.
Because now a significant proportion of what we charge them is the fixed fee that you pay regardless of how much you use, and effectively the difference is for the bulk water users to contribute to that component.
Yeah.
Out of interest, Mike, how much was the cost of the current bulk water supply points that we put into?
They're about $300,000 each.
So there's nearly $1 million worth of cost to enable, and again, not via our choice, via the requirements that came through the water regulation, to move from the old system to the new system. So we're recovering that cost, the fixed daily charge component of the water supply, but we have to recover it all through the per cubic meter cost, which means it's double.
Thank you very much. Very well spoken. Thank you, Mr. Shearer. That leads on to my next question then, is under the Alliance roading contract, we have water tankers going around watering the roads. Do they also have to go to these fill-up stations?
As long as, if they're a potable supplier, yes, they do, or they've got to have their own potable supply, because bear in mind, these bulk filling stations meet the drinking water standards as well. However, they have got various sources where they take water for non-potable use, provided those tanks are non-potable supplies and clearly marked as such and not used for drinking water at any stage.
So just one last clarification if I may, because I know time's moving on. Only people who can take water from a hydrant is a fire brigade and our repair maintenance crews when they're flushing the mains.
Correct, and the fire brigade can only take it for firefighting and firefighter training. They can't use it because some of them run a sideline where they sell water. They can't use it for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So used to be the case where volunteer fire brigades often did deliver water back in the historic days. Now, if they wish to do that, they would have to utilise the same infrastructure as any other water supply, and they couldn't use that.
And they'll have to pay for the water now, because I think they used to just go and take it out the system.
Yep, it was a good earner back in the day. Righto, thank you very much. Is there anything further? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ellis, and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Just further to that note, the other part of that consultation, that submission was about how we're charging. Have we sorted that issue with the invoicing and it being regular?
Yeah, so most of those bulk users, I think it's a quarterly charge they get given, or they could just stick with the annual charge. We have got one already that has asked for a monthly charge, and we're quite flexible what we can do with them. They just weren't aware of that, and that has now been resolved, and they're on a monthly charge already.
Cool. Brilliant. Thank you very much. So, in terms of those resolutions, I'll look as the mover and seconder want to. No? I'll put those resolutions. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against. Carried. Right, which brings us to the last bit, arguably the most important bit. Before we start this bit, do we have an update of where we are based on the in-principle decisions that we have arrived at on the way through?
In approximation, yes. So I'll just do a quick summary, and Paul can interrupt me if I've got anything wrong. So as far as I'm aware, because I was nerding out here with Paul for a moment, I wasn't entirely listening to that last conversation. The changes that you've made, I understand, are to go back to 24% of funding roading depreciation, and to pause and review the Motueka Pool and the Wakefield community facility. Are there any other substantive changes that have been made? Because we haven't factored those in.
That is, yes, I think.
Cool, thank you. So the first update on the facilities is that they have a negligible impact on rates, but they have an impact on debt. And I apologise, I gave you a $9 million figure before. It's actually 7.247 to take those out. Now, for the purposes of our calculations, we've taken them out. In practice, we might need to leave a little bit in there because further investigation may require some money. But for the purpose of what I'm about to update you on, just assume they're out. It has very little impact on rates. It'll reduce debt down to the combined effective depreciation on that will reduce debt down to 312.8 million or thereabouts. So we'd still end up with a rates figure that's actually higher because the community facilities have bugger all impact, and the adding in depreciation adds 0.5% back into the rates. So our starting point for this discussion was 11.3. That would now become 11.8%. Yep. So 11.8% with approximately 311.5 million in debt, I think. If you agree to use net forestry revenue of $1 million, that takes it down to about 11%. So previously it was 10.5. With the extra roading depreciation, they'll take it to 11. If you choose to not accept 11 and want to take a punt / debt fund the additional costs for the fuel to get back down to 9.9, that would require about 1.1% of rates revenue equivalent being debt funded, or about $1.3 million. So that would push net debt back up from that figure I mentioned before, giving you a figure of, 312.8. So in summary, with the changes and the net forestry, you're looking at 11% rates movement and net debt of 311. If you choose to debt fund down to get back down to 9.9, you'll have 9.9 and 312.8 million in debt. I say approximately, and if I get a chance, I'd like to just tweak some of the resolutions to give effect to that.
You will get a chance, whatever
that's
we ultimately arrive at.
Yep.
So as I outlined previously, we will go through this conversation. We will arrive at hopefully some agreement on these key points. We will then break, and you will be able to craft the resolution to make sure that all of the various bits and pieces that I'm aware are so important in terms of the dots on the I's and the crosses on the T's are taken account of. So, which way to do this? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. We'll take item 19 first, and I'll come to Councillor Neubauer.
Yeah, I would like to move that with a slight amendment. And that would read, agrees that forestry returns are optimised for market value and harvest schedule.
Right. So, is that the whole wording, or are you...
It's the whole wording. That means we're not actually tapping into our piggy bank to help ourselves now at future cost.
So you still need to refer to a figure of some description, otherwise it doesn't all work.
Well, it remains at 11.8.
Oh, okay. So you're not actually...
I assume, unless it's the optimal time for harvesting right now.
Through the chair, would you like a response to that? Yes. Yeah, so there is a window of around 2 to 3 years where there's optimal harvest. And I did test with the team whether the net returns harvesting extra next year or in 3 years' time would make much of a difference, and they thought it was all about cooey. What is definitely true is you only get to harvest once.
Okay, so Councillor McNamara, so there's been a mover, the wording is...
Yeah, for optimised for market value and harvest schedule.
Okay, so it's been moved, hasn't been seconded. Councillor McNamara.
So, yeah, too tricky. I would just like to remove the extra forestry harvest because I hardly think it's an optimal time given the cost of fuel across the processing and the cartage, and then the fact that we're still carting Windthrow, so the port's clogged.
Through the chair, that is a good point, but much of the Windthrow is in the throes of dying and becoming mouldy. So we're expecting that the windthrow glut, if you like, will ease off in the coming months.
We are talking a whole year, so just for clarity, it's
I understand that.
I take your point though.
I would second it if it was just somewhat simpler, that we're not going to increase our harvest beyond our schedule.
Effectively, we could just leave it out. We don't have to mention it at all. So if there's not a desire to utilise forestry revenue to offset the rates, then it can effectively come out, and it just means we continue to debate, what is it, 11.8?
Which I would like to see as goes to debt rather than to...
Yep, which is a subsequent conversation. Right, so again, we don't need a resolution. If generally the feeling is we should not try and effectively bring forward and or try and... so I'm taking that as the general position, so we'll just remove that resolution from the... leave it silent. So effectively that gets us to... because the first one is note, so the second one is 20. So effectively... where's the debt one? Oh, or. So 20 or. So it'd be the or on 20. And again, I'll come to you, Councillor McNamara. So if you wish to move that, the difference between 9.9 and whatever it is, if that's what your intention is, that would be 20 and it would be the or.
Yes, certainly. So, yeah, all agrees will be funded. So
Can we see this on screen, please?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything on screen.
When we get to which one I'm after. So the 9.9 is what we consulted on, yes?
Yep, correct.
So, I'll move that.
Okay. So Dwayne, can you now remind me, so does that mean that the figure is the debt figure would be 312.8?
No, the figure... apologies.
Correct. So, yeah, no, you go, because it's the $1 million comes in that we didn't take from forestry.
It would be 313.8, I believe, and also checking. Yep. So it would be 9.9 rates movement, and net debt would be 13.8 million.
Yep. And that reflects the reduction in debt that came out of the community facilities conversation, the increase that came through the not taking up the forestry option, also reflects the decision to fund 24% of depreciation as opposed to the 21%. That would be all wrapped up in that resolution. Okay. All right. Thank you. So is everyone clear? So it's been moved, Councillor McNamara. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hume. That is now what we are debating. Deputy Mayor Murray, then Councillor Mailing.
Like, I get the sentiment and I get the 9.9 is we don't want to go above that in terms of that, but it is ironic, isn't it? We've had a lot of conversations around this table that the reason that we had 9.9 was with community facilities, that we've just, I guess it's just evidence the dump, and so some of that savings in terms of debt that the facilities were going on, we're now absorbing in terms of taking the sugar hit to reduce the rates for this year. So I guess it sits where it sits, and there's no reason not to support it because I don't have a better option. But in terms of the conversations that we're going to have through the long-term plan, I guess we just need to not lose sight of in terms of while we keep pushing the inevitable down the track, and we can do it acutely by debt funding it and putting a stop on facilities that have been in the planning for a long, long time, but we actually ended up with the same result. We've got an increase in debt and we're at 9.9%, but I will support the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mailing.
Yeah, if you listen to the submissions, people thought 9.9 was high. That's why I agree with what Dean's done. To me, it's a double whammy otherwise, and you just have to do the best that we can, and a lot of this has been driven by local waters done well. It was 5.3% of the actual increase. That's imposed upon us by central government, and we told that story, but not everybody wanted to hear it. But that is the biggest part of this increase comes in the Three Waters area, and once we get into the long-term plan, I think it looks even worse going forward. So that's the concern that I have.
in relation to this, particularly with wastewater, and hopefully we will get some movement in those regulations that they put out in last November, and there's some work being done on that. But I don't want to go higher than 9.9. That's what we consulted on. That's where I stand.
Thank you. So just for clarity, I got Councillor Neubauer, Councillor Kinnemont, Councillors Greening, Woods, and Butler. Yeah, I will. Yes, I'll keep noting further people.
The biggest concern that I had with this annual plan was that we're trying to save our backsides at this moment and push more cost into the future. And I was actually getting really hopeful. I thought this conversation was going really well and we were starting to be honest about the situation that we're in. And just that last bit here, where we're now funding the difference through debt, is basically putting us right back to where we started. We're basically putting money on the credit card to fund our lifestyles. That's not what the community wants us to do. They want us to be more responsible with our spending, with our fiscal management. And putting this sort of money on the credit card is not fiscal responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Neubauer. So I've got, and I apologise, so I'll go to Councillor Gully next, and then for clarity, it's Greening, Woods, Butler, Morgan. Yes, you may.
Thank you. I grew up in a household with a widowed mother in the 70s, and money was very, very tight, as I'm sure it is for people on widows' benefits or whatever it's called now. And every dollar makes a big difference. And I disagree with you, Timo, on the credit card thing. I'd rather that we, the community, take that responsibility than hand it on to people who are really, really battling. And $3 or $4, $5 a week, I think, is going to make a huge difference. So I support it.
I did. So everyone gets their say, and we listen respectfully, and everyone will have a view. Thank you, Councillor Gully. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I think what we have just let slip by is all the other costs that people submitted on that are not noted here, and I tried to note it earlier on, which is there was little support for an increase in employee benefits. My personal opinion is they should be self-funded by the participants. It never should have been funded by the council via rates. It certainly wasn't agreed to by councillors. And I think there are other opportunities to make savings. I personally think that, as people have already acknowledged, 9.9 is still too high. We went out with effectively 9.9 and people were virtually crying in this chamber over what we were proposing. And there was a general groundswell of it not being 9.9. I would like to add, and this may affect the 9.9, my earlier amendment, which was to remove the employee benefits and the staff overheads, which should bring the 9.9 down. So do I have a seconder to add that as an amendment?
No.
Okay, great. Then I foreshadow an amendment that actually takes a rate increase of 3%, which is the CPI, and would support the water infrastructure costs, which are around 2.6 million, and not fund employee benefits, remuneration and overheads. And note that in my alternative resolution, we would have the entirety of the 2026-27 financial year, which is 12 months, to find the cost savings to repay the short-term debt, which I think is the aspiration of Dean in his resolution as well. But I think we should be responding to the community, which was overwhelmingly telling us, you need to cut your cloth, and this is still not doing it. And this whole process of these resolutions and the way they have structured is corralling councillors to a 9.9% and overlooking all the other submissions that were made on reducing costs, like reducing capex, not supporting employee benefits, not supporting overheads. and you've just completely overlooked that in this whole process, which I suspect was the purpose of it. So I won't be supporting this. I'll be foreshadowing 3% if it's not adopted, and I'll be calling a division, I suppose, on it to make my point clear, and I will be calling a division on the overall decision to advance this if one is required. But I don't think we've done justice to the submissions. A lot of people put a lot of effort in. Even our former CFO was highly critical of what was put before us. And this does not amount to anything like the community wanted, and in my opinion is a bit of a cop-out. So
Thank you, Councillor Greening. Very clear statement of your position. And so I will now move on to Councillor Woods.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, I don't have any options available to this motion, but I am against it. Primarily, it goes back to where we were offered the opportunity to at least review the efficiencies and levels of service. It's become extremely cloudy with the central government coming in, and I acknowledge that the costs of the three waters is a heavy burden to go through, plus the storm events, but it isn't a business as usual situation, and I just don't understand how we could have gone through the entire annual plan process without a review of our efficiencies, staffing, and levels of service. To me, it's just baffling. And yeah, I don't have an alternative because we never got a chance to debate it, which is a real frustration for me. And I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Butler.
Yeah, thanks. I think we've come to a good balance on this. And, I personally would have liked to have seen an ongoing recovery rate, but that's my thing. We had to end up consulting on this annual plan because of events beyond our control, which is the water, extra water costs, and the storm events, and we are having to pay for those. And I think that the community facilities have not been thrown out. I regret that we've had to delay them, but they are going into the long-term plan, and it's quite an unusual situation to be in when we've got we're in the third year of a long-term plan, so we're going to be redoing it, so we can push things into there. So that's my position. I do support it, but I recognise that there's a lot of things that aren't very palatable.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, we've all been reflecting on this for some time, participating. I thought through the months of conversation, considering our situation, we might be able to make some business as usual adjustments, for want of a better word, refinements. I don't support the number that's come through in the discussion today, or the 9.9. My position was very clear. We should be looking at 5%, where the wisdom of the LTP sits. I know there's issues, but I don't support the water rate system as it's come through. The issue of depreciation, as I said, I'm supportive of adjusting that, and we'll probably be in a better place, although we've got a long way to go on that aspect. The costs in the organisation, really in the discussion, I haven't seen where we, and yesterday was a classic discussion around the waste landfill processes. It's essential business, a lot of people involved, significant turnover, but it's a cost plus business, and it doesn't make a profit. It should make a profit, and contribute back to the organisation. So The trajectory of where we're at, I have a difficulty with, because at 9.9 or 10%, 7 years, you've doubled your rates. And I can tell you that the Tasman district, with its growth, which is not there, will not be able to accommodate that sort of growth in charges to ratepayers. So I don't support the motion as it's come through.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this motion today. My issue is that, I mean, we've spent quite a period of nailing down into costs over the last 3 years, and anyone who thinks we haven't, we really have. And so, and the reality is that the costs are only increasing, and further costs are being put on us by the government, and they are going to continue to come through that way. I'm not happy with the mix we've come across. I appreciate that it is a bit of a juggle, but I'm not in favour of funding operating costs by increasing debt.
Yes.
I would prefer that we slowed our depreciation, which I know might not have a lot of support, but the real cost of the crisis with fuel and everything else is the real cost. It's going to continue for 2 years, and if we're going to strike the same problem through the LTP process, where those costs are still going to be as high, and we're just kicking the can down the road as far as that is concerned. I hated that we put a fixed rate on the storm recovery, but the reason I backed that was because it meant a short-term increase on our debt levels for that 5-year period, and it was clear to our community about how that was going. But if we're just going to put on any increase in costs over that onto debt, and it's still not actually clear how high we could wind up going, I find that is actually rather irresponsible. So unfortunately, that would also mean that it would mean an increase in rates. But the reality of the cost of doing business, this is it. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I've got any. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through Mayor. I think I need a new postcode when I leave this place today, quite frankly. Between not getting pools and facilities through, and I stood in 2019 about social infrastructure for my community. Man, have I been on a journey. We made really clear, well, some of us, particularly my friend right down the end of the table, that we didn't want to go out with 2-digit figure in our annual plan, because we already have a lot of people who are marginalised and are really, really struggling. We keep getting told every time we raise the level of service that that's a long-term plan discussion. So by Jobs, it better be a long-term plan discussion, and we better have time to be able to have that robust discussion and not be brushed over or said, now we're out of time, we have constraints. 9.9% isn't palatable for many people. But you know what? It's way more palatable than 11.8. And so I sit here going, do I, don't I? Because I know my community, there's a group of my community will be very disappointed when I say, actually, I am going to vote for this, because we do have to have an annual plan to work on. And if I was to say no, where does that leave us? So unless someone can tell me where it leads me, and I shouldn't be voting for this, I'm set with I do need to push this through, because we need an annual plan. But we do need to have those discussions in the long-term plan. All those ones that we keep getting told, that's not an annual plan discussion, it's a long-term plan one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I presume this is the appropriate time to discuss an individual line item in the annual plan.
May have passed the point of doing that, but see how you go.
namely the Harbour Master's new boat.
We're LTP, not an annual plan budget anyway. Annual
in the
plan?
annual
Is it
plan.
the plan for next year?
Yes.
I thought it was.
Carry on.
Thank you. I've talked to the staff about this already, and maybe they want to expand as to why we got $900,000 in there for a boat.
Yep, go ahead.
Through the chair. I'm really happy to talk about the boat. We have a few issues going on with our boat at the moment. I'm not sure how long you've got. But
not that long, so this better be short, sweet, and very compelling.
Essentially, it's end of life, and we have an opportunity to either spend another $200,000 at least and get another 2 or 3 years out of it, or sell it for a couple of $100,000 and move on to the new boat. We have to move to a new boat. Now's the time to maximise the return from the existing boat, which is essentially past its use by date. It's actually a liability to us at the moment.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Rob, for that, and well said. I'll let this follow through today, but you and I will actually talk offline about this because I do have some concerns as to the legality or the actual need of it right now.
Okay, point noted. Do you have a commentary around the overall conversation? Because this is your point to speak to it, because I'm not going around this again. We have a resolution moved and seconded, and we will put the resolution once everyone has had the opportunity to speak.
You're never ever going to keep everybody happy. With what information I've been given today by the staff, we're between a rock and a hard place, and sitting where we're at the moment at 9.9, it's tough, but I don't like it. I have to go with it.
Okay, thank you.
Now call a division.
It's already been called. Just so we're clear. Who hasn't spoken and wishes to? No compulsion. Councillor Ferniho. You've already spoken, Councillor Greening.
Okay.
Councillor Ferniho.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I can feel around the table nobody is particularly happy with this, but at the end of the day, it is the reality. I don't understand how we can be calling for 3% or 5% rates increases when 5.3 is mandated through central government in the water space. Another bit of it is storm recovery. That's happened. We've had to pay for it. Not to mention the excess costs in the fuel crisis. I understand it's easy to say, oh, just cut rates and it should be this arbitrary number that we're picking out of thin air. And as Deputy Mayor Maru alluded to, we were told, oh, it's only the community facilities that are keeping our rates up, which is not true. And I would really like to, I had 2 pages of bullet points on why I wanted to support the hubs. I'm sad to see that they're deferred. I understand why they are. 9.9 hurts, and I realize that, but I do not see any way around it.
Thank you, Councillor Ferniho. Councillor Hume, do you wish to speak?
Through the Mayor. I'm on board with Trinity. I've got to go back to my constituents. Cap in hand, it's going to be pretty hard, but it has to be. It is what it is. But I would like to see this further discussion in the LTP, and we do a little bit more homework between now and then to see if there's some other way we can knock that percentage down.
Thank you, Councillor Hume. Before I come back to Councillor McNamara's right of reply, look, it's been noted by a number of speakers that there is no perfect outcome. A number of people said, well, we don't have an alternative, but they don't support the resolution, which is a pretty unsustainable position to have. I think equally unsustainable is a 3% or just a random figure pulled out of nowhere that doesn't have the detailed backing and or information that would be needed to implement it. This is one of those situations where we literally, probably everyone's going to be unhappy with the resolution. That is, I guess, becoming the predominant place that we find ourselves in. It's a case of finding a pragmatic way forward to get to the next point of decision making. The most important thing we do in this round this table is make decisions, and the most important decision is never the one you just made, it's always the one you're about to make next. In this case, we are hopefully approving an annual plan. There is a number of things in it around the capital program that are to be reviewed. I think everyone's noted there is a desire to revisit a number of these things through the long-term plan, and then the level of service conversation absolutely becomes something that you can consider, make decisions on, consult the community, and then decide. My personal view as Councillor McNamara's resolution is a pragmatic approach to a very challenging problem in a process that isn't ideally designed to sort out the fundamental challenges that we face. And I know it's frustrating to people, particularly those who have come in on the last election and are having to wait for the LTP as their primary document to set the new direction of council. I am sure that council staff, through the consultation process we've had on the annual plan, through the initial workshops that we have had and the public workshops we've had in the last little while, a number of things were offered up to council to change, to reduce costs in the future. To date, our indications in those workshops have not necessarily taken up those opportunities. And it's because they're actually quite challenging. And the politics and the finances, run into each other. And again, this is a place we will find ourselves, I think, at every point in the conversation. I would really encourage people to support the resolution. I have no doubt that it has been moved with the intention that during the course of the next 12 months, as we debate the LTP, that the debt-funded component is recovered in one way, shape or form. When it comes to debt, it was interesting, the commentary around depreciation versus, it's the same outcome. You either fund the depreciation as has been suggested and passed, and that results in a reduction in debt, or alternatively, you debt fund. The outcome for people is pretty much exactly the same. So I wouldn't like that to be the sticking point in terms of where we get to today. So look, I think the resolution has been moved as pragmatic. It's a practical way forward. Is it perfect? No. Is it going to satisfy everybody? No. Is anybody around the table going to be 100% happy with it? No. But ultimately, the most important thing is to make a decision. And then there is another much more challenging decision and conversation to have through the LTP. So with that, I will come to Councillor McNamara for his right of reply.
Sure know how to sell it, Mr. Mayor.
He's done it before.
As an equal opportunist, I'm really pleased that I've made everyone unhappy. Now, look, I totally agree with Councillor Woods and Councillor Morgan. I very much support their line of thinking. Even some of Councillor Ellis's I would agree with. In terms of it being a sugar hit, the sugar hit is because the previous council, of which I wasn't a part of, decided to go to this this movable debt cap. That's the more income we have, the more our debt can go up. So the only way to curb that, between now and a long-term plan discussion where we can talk about a fixed cap, is to move income into debt. So as the Mayor correctly pointed out, my intention is that this is a short-term measure until we get to that situation. And as Councillor Walker said, there's going to be some discussions in the long-term plan about fixing these things. Quite frankly, I would be happy if this fails to second the foreshadowed motion of Councillor Greenings. That would be my preferred way of going. I've taken, as the Mayor said, a more pragmatic approach in moving what I've done and hope that it gets support. But if it doesn't, then certainly I will foreshadow that I would be prepared to second Councillor Greening's motion.
So I'm sure someone may, but you won't be able to because of the movement. Anyway, long story short, don't worry about the technicalities. we'll get there if we get there. All right, so it has been moved and seconded. Everyone has had the opportunity to provide their thoughts and views. So I will now look to put the resolution via division. as called for by Councillor Greening. So, Kelsey, I'll come across to you.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Ellis.
Against.
Councillor Fernyhough.
For.
Councillor Greening.
Against.
Councillor Gully. Councillor Hume. Councillor Kinnenmonth. Councillor Mayling.
For.
Deputy Mayor Maru.
Or.
Councillor McNamara.
For.
Councillor Morgan. Councillor Neubar.
Against.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Woods.
Against.
Mayor King.
For.
Carried 10-5.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that this is phenomenally challenging. I really appreciate the tenor of the debate that's been had today, the way that people have spoken, both in support or against the various resolutions we passed along the way. We will need, with that resolution, to now break for council staff to just wrap it all up into a final resolution that reflects all the decisions we made on the way through. And then we'll come back and put that resolution. We can do it via division again, should people wish, but I'm assuming it will reflect the same numbers that we just had. And I guess it foreshadows some very challenging conversations to come, both as we work through the workshops that we're having currently, as we get to the LTP draft and draft plan, and then go through the community consultation. But at the end of the day, whatever the ultimate decisions are, I think the way we conduct ourselves, debate the issues, and focus on the issues is massively important, both to us, I think, around the table, but as much to the community who are looking to us to debate these issues forcefully and with different views and opinions, but in a way that actually means we can get somewhere collectively together at the end of the day. So really appreciate everyone's contribution. We'll break for, how long did you want? 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and consider a final resolution. So thank you. during the break, staff have effectively made sure that the resolutions in their entirety reflect the decisions we made on our way through, including the last set of resolutions. So it is in effect reflecting all of the conversation we've had today and the decisions we made on the way along. So hopefully this should be reasonably straightforward. I'm happy to take it by division if requested, noting that effectively we've done that once already, but if that's what people wish, then we can do it that way. Is there anything Amy or Dwayne like to add before I look for a mover and seconder of the final resolution?
Just to thank you for your participation, patience and contribution to the conversation. I know it's annual plan on proper long-term plans very hard. And just to point out but there is the only thing we made to the changes that we made to the resolutions you made, just noting the changes to the time of the community facilities and changes the funded depreciation, just for accuracy. It doesn't change the substance of your decision. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne. Councillor Greening?
Yep, I think the whole thing should be put to division. I just want to respond to a question or point that was made earlier, which was we didn't have sufficient information to make a lower rates increase. Actually, we've been asking for it, but I've never been provided it, which is the debt to rates increase mix. And I know appreciate that some people don't understand the ability to take short-term debt, but we've been continually told up through this AP process that staff had insufficient time to make cost savings, but we've got 12 months after this to make those cost savings by clawing back any short-term debt that we impose. So we could have adopted a lower increase and a little bit more short-term debt.
Thank you, Councillor Greening. Point noted, and I will do the resolution via division as you have requested. Can I have someone move the resolution? Councillor. The irony. Move Councillor Mailing, seconded Deputy Mayor Maru. I'll put the resolution via division. Kelsey.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Fernyhough.
For.
Councillor Greening.
Against.
Councillor Gully. Councillor Hume. Councillor Kinnamont. Councillor Mailing.
For.
Deputy Mayor Maru.
For.
Councillor McNamara. Councillor Morgan.
Against.
Councillor Neubauer.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Woods.
Absent.
Mayor King.
For.
Carried 11-3.
Okay, thank you. That draws us to the King. Well, you may, yeah.
I clicked absent.
Look, I know that these are difficult decisions. I do want to say that we bring you a rates number after we've already done a considerable amount of work. And we started out sort of in the mid-teens, and so staff over the last few months have been doing an awful amount of work trying to get the rates increased lower. I mean, things like, for example, we saved 900k off our insurance, and we still got the same cover. That was by negotiating with our insurance companies. We have also made cost savings in the staffing space. We've made cost savings in consultants. We're continually doing that. It's not something we just wait for an annual plan year and then start again. We don't bring you the big number we start with. We bring you what we can do, cut it down as far as we can before we bring it to you. My job will be much easier, and the staff's job will be much easier if we could bring you a rates increase of 0%. It makes our life easier, makes your life easier, but that's not the reality we're living in. And we do have some challenges in terms of the costs that are being put on us by central government, as well as just the environment. Storm events, and obviously the fuel has added more complexity. And again, we've been talking to the contractors. I've been talking to them, asking about, share the pain, etc., etc. So there's a whole lot of negotiations that are going on in the background as well to try and get the best deals for council. So we do a power of work that's probably not seen. It's not necessarily obvious. I just want to take this moment also to thank staff. They've done a power of work and quite a constrained time frame. And we've got constrained staffing as well, so that puts a lot of pressure on just a few people. And they turn up every day, and they're trying to do the best they can for everyone. So I just want to thank you all. The late night emails, the worry, they're trying to make life simpler and put good options forward for you. We could provide you with more information, but it just takes a lot of time to bring it all together. LTP is a good opportunity for us to sort of reset and reset the direction. I hope that some of those facilities can be in there, but it wasn't going to be for today. I think there's just too many other pressures on. And also thank you everyone for your contribution, regardless of whether you went for the resolution or not. I appreciate you've got the community at heart here. And so thank you, and let's look forward to a constructive and a long-term plan process. So thanks.
Thank you. And just before I close, I'll just reiterate the thanks to, so I thank the elected members for the way it's been debated, discussed, the feedback, and again, as Leonie said, whether you supported or didn't support the resolution, everyone is coming at this and trying to get the best outcome for their community and the people who elected them and the community at large. I would like to thank staff. A number of them have been doing both the LTP work that we've started to work through as well as trying to finalise the annual plan. And so now with the focus squarely on the LTP, the series of workshops that we started over the last few days, the information that has come through those, and it is a lot of information, and the feedback that was provided at the end of the workshop the other day with a few tweaks is that information is landing really well, that people are confident, that puts them in a position to make decisions. The challenge always is the information can be provided, in as much detail as we wish, and in a format that is easy to consume. It doesn't necessarily make the decisions at the end of the information that much easier. And I think in some ways that's been reflected in the first couple of conversations we've had. So I'd really encourage people on the way through to, if the opportunity is provided, to make changes that take the pressure off rates and debt, to make them on the way through and not end up at the end having kind of nodded and agreed as we go through and then get to the final, this means rates and debt of X, and then try and back solve. So we're getting the opportunity, we're getting the information, we're having the conversation, but we also need to provide that direction as we go through to not make it harder at the end as we try and undo the easier conversations that we might have on the way through. So thank you to the staff that are involved in doing that. And with that, I will close the meeting and look forward to the next round of LTP conversations. Kia hiki te kororo, kia whātia, kia mama te manawa o te tangata, ki iki te ara no tātou o ora nei, ko rongo, ki runga, kia tina hui e tai ki e.